Started. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third meeting of the Tax Expenditure Review Working Group. We will begin our meeting this morning with introductions of working group members. I'll call on folks as they appear on my screen, and we'll begin with Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Soen Millett, House District 71, towns of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Good morning. I'm Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in Western Maine and Cumberland and Oxford counties, the foothills and lakes region of Maine. Nice to be with you.
Thank you. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, which is Hollis, Leamington, part of Buxton, Saco, and Old Orchard Beach.
Thank you. Representative Stover.
Good morning. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, West Port Island, and part of South Bristol.
Thank you. And Working Group Co-Chair, Representative Terry.
Good morning. I'm Mo Terry. I represent District 26, the west side of Gorham. I'm very excited to be in the middle of this today.
Thank you. And I'm Nate Libby. I proudly represent all of the people of Lewiston in the Maine State Senate, and I serve as Senate co-chair of the working group. We're joined by a few of our working group staff, and I'll ask them to introduce themselves. We'll start with Julie Jones.
Hi, I'm Julie Jones. I work for the Office of Fiscal and Program Review, and my primary responsibility is staff to the Taxation Committee.
Thank you. And Lucia Nixon.
Hi, I'm Lucia Nixon. I'm the director of OPEGA, and I'm happy to be assisting with this effort. Thanks.
Thank you. And Carrie, when you introduce yourself, you'll pronounce your last name for us so that I can get that right.
Hi, I'm Carrie Hojera with OPEGA, and I'm just here assisting Director Nixon.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining this morning. Our agenda is relatively simple. We have a few folks from the public who have signed up to offer testimony and comments on our project, and so we'd like to hear from those folks first. I'll note for members and the public that we have some testimony from a number of other individuals who are not present to testify today. Those materials have been sent to members by email, so you can check those out as well. After we hear from members of the public, I'm hoping we can spend some time working through the chart that Julie put together that's been emailed out in a few different formats. I see Julie has her hand raised, so Julie, go right ahead.
I just wanted to mention that the testimony that we received, both for the folks who are testing this morning and for the people who just submitted written testimony, has been posted online at the working group's webpage now, so it is also available there. It has been emailed to members of the working group yesterday afternoon, but for others, if they want to access it, it is online.
Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that clarification. So we have been joined by another member. I'd like to give that member the opportunity to introduce themselves. So good morning, Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Ted Kryzak. I represent District 20, Acton, Lebanon, and part of Shapley.
Thank you. So just as recap for our flow today, we're going to hear from a couple members of the public who signed up to testify and deliver their remarks to us. Additional testimony is in members' email inboxes and posted on our website. Then we're going to move into a discussion of all of the comments we've received, and we'll use the chart that Julie provided to us, sorted by sort of category of topics. And then from there, we'll try to figure out how to move us perhaps to a consensus position on some recommendations. And And we'll head into drafting a report, hopefully, and we'll meet one final time to try to wrap this up. So that is the plan. Before we get into any of this, are there any questions or comments from members? Seeing none, we'll move into a public comment period. And so the first person I have on my list this morning is Maura Pillsbury. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Libby, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Tax Expenditure Review Working Group. My name is Maura Pillsbury, and I am an analyst at Maine Center for Economic Policy. I've been following your work and have reviewed OPEGA's tax expenditure reviews from the past 5 years, some of which I worked on in my past position at OPEGA. I'm testifying today to recommend improvements to the current tax expenditure review process. First, I want to say thank you so much for taking the time to review and suggest improvements to this process. The tax expenditure review process and findings that come out of it are important for guiding good policy. Tax expenditures have a significant cost to state resources, and we should know if the programs are working as intended. The legislature, public, and agencies should understand how well the programs are working and opportunities to improve them. And lawmakers need to be able to weigh the benefit of tax expenditures against other types of investments in our state, like education, affordable healthcare, and other services families and businesses rely on. In this testimony, I provide recommendations in 5 key areas for your consideration: report timing, expediting the process, purview, actionable reports, and measurable programs. Together, these recommendations would help improve transparency of tax expenditures and more quickly get lawmakers and the public information about their efficacy. My testimony includes several recommendations that I'm happy to take questions on, but I want to raise a few of them now that could have the greatest impact on improving the utility of tax expenditure reviews. First, increasing OPEGA staffing. Maine has one of the most robust tax expenditure review programs, but also has among the smallest staff with 2 FTEs in funding to complete reviews. Increasing analytic capacity by adding staff positions would help OPEGA accelerate its review timeline. Creating a joint subcommittee. Having dedicated members of the GOC and taxation on a subcommittee could help continue moving work forward with the taxation committee's busy schedule. And finally, clear data requirements for programs and access to machine readable data. Reviews can stall when data is not available or is in a format that is not easy for OPEGA to work with. Setting out clear data requirements, including machine readable program data to be collected for tax expenditures, would help address this problem. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify today. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I am available as a resource.
Thank you, Maura, for your testimony. We appreciate that. Are there questions or comments from working group members? Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Maura. Thank you very much for joining us today. I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit about on the OPEGA, from your experience with OPEGA. Did you work while you were there on any of these tax expenditure reviews?
I did, yeah.
You have full working knowledge from this specific. That's great. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from members? Questions or comments? Representative Kryzak.
Yeah, thank you. Could you tell me a little bit more about the staffing? Did you say there's only 2 staff?
Yes, I believe there's 2 FTEs allocated in the budget in OPEGA staff, but you've received more information, I think, already from the director of OPEGA about staffing.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maura, could you comment a little bit more about the role and function of the subcommittee of members from GOC and tax in terms of what their role would be, frequency of meeting, and how they would enhance the process in your view?
Sure. So my understanding is the taxation committee has had so much work that some of the reviews that they would typically conduct haven't occurred over the course of the pandemic due to the pandemic. So having a subcommittee, maybe a joint subcommittee of GOC and taxation members who could meet in the interim in between legislative sessions and keep that work moving forward, I think would be helpful.
Would the timing be strictly when the legislature is in session, or would it encompass a full biennium?
I think maybe encompassing a full biennium would be beneficial to allow for progress outside of legislative session.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? Maura, I have one or two. Could you speak a little bit about your written testimony covering expediting the process?
Sure. So, oops, I'm sorry. I think I stopped my camera. Sure. So currently, as you've heard from the OPEGA director, there are 25 or so remaining reviews on the full review process. So in my testimony, I suggest considering moving some of them off the full review process, specifically perhaps ones that are not business tax incentives and that are more things like deductions for pension income or the earned income tax credit, sort of treating those differently than something that is a business tax incentive because they are different types of tax expenditures. Does that answer your question, Senator?
Yes, thank you. I think that's it for questions for me for now, Maura. I appreciate your thoughtfulness and your detail in the written testimony. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
The next member of the public we have in our waiting room is Ann Danforth, and so we will bring Ms. Danforth into the meeting. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Senator Libby, Representative Terry, and members of the Tax Expenditure Working Group. My name is Ann Danforth. I'm a policy advocate at Maine Equal Justice, a nonprofit legal aid provider working to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. Thank you for the work this group is doing to examine and make recommendations regarding the process for the ongoing review of tax expenditures by the legislature. As you explore ways this process could be improved, we urge you to consider including take-up rates for individual programs, and particularly those geared towards people with low income, as a key measure of the program's effectiveness. Refundable tax credits are increasingly becoming a key feature of our safety net and play a critical role in the economic security of Mainers with low income. For example, the Earned Income Tax Credit is widely recognized as one of the best anti-poverty programs for working families. Similarly, refundable tax credits like the Property Tax Fairness Credit and Sales Tax Fairness Credit play an important role for Maine families and also help make our tax system more equitable. While the benefits of refundable tax credits are clear, unfortunately, often they don't actually reach the people who need them the most. In 2020, Maine Equal Justice participated in the Maine Working Group to study the consolidation of payment of cost of living tax credits. The group learned that many Mainers who are eligible for state tax credits are not receiving them. This is especially true when it comes to certain people eligible for the Property Tax Fairness Credit, which is a refundable credit for taxpayers whose property tax or rent exceeds a certain percentage of their income. According to data provided to that group by MRS, from 2015, a rough estimate is that property tax fairness credit take-up rates are around 60 to 70% among people who file a main income tax return, but drops to an overall take-up rate of 45 to 55% when non-filers are counted among the eligible. And importantly, for renters in 2015, the ratio of property tax fairness credit claims to the estimated total eligible filers is about 42%, but when non-filers are included, that ratio drops to 28%. And we believe that one of the biggest reasons for low take-up rates among people eligible for tax credits is people's lack of awareness about their eligibility. We strongly encourage this group to require an examination of take-up rates when evaluating tax expenditures. Whether the intended recipients are actually receiving the benefit is a critical measure of a program's effectiveness. Just as MRS has an obligation to collect taxes, it also has an obligation to ensure people are aware of and able to access the tax credits for which they are eligible. In the same way the state of Maine has implemented procedures to ensure that Mainers file taxes, the state should put into place procedures that ensure that Mainers receive the tax credits for which they are eligible. As part of the review process, OPEGA can analyze tax credit take-up rates and suggest ideas for how the state could improve them. Exploring opportunities to improve take-up rates in this way is a worthwhile exercise and has been considered before. For example, in 2013, the legislature passed a budget that included a requirement that the Department of Health and Human Services assist clients with the property tax fairness credit application, but this latter requirement was never implemented in full. And DHHS, we believe, is in a unique position to help facilitate the application for low-income tax credits, particularly for those people who are non-filers, given DHHS's existing role providing services and supports to low-income Mainers. OPEGA could explore these and other opportunities to increase take-up rates for low-income tax credits, thinking holistically and across state agencies, really trying to get out of the silo of the way the safety net works about how to best reach low-income filers who need the support the most. So in conclusion, I will just say that programs are only effective if they are known to and accessible by the people they are intended to benefit. And measuring take-up rates in this way and developing and executing strategies to increase them will not only help improve people's economic security, but will also improve and stimulate the state's economy. So thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today, and I'm happy to answer any questions I can.
Thank you, Anne, for your testimony. That's an intriguing angle that I don't know any of us have discussed in much detail before, requiring an analysis of take rates. So I think that's a great suggestion. I appreciate you bringing it forward. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it may be duplicative of your comment. I wondered, Ann, if you could talk a little bit about the DHHS role that you referred to in assisting non-filers. Is that a statutory requirement? If so, what are they expected to do? And could you comment a little bit about how that process is working or not working?
Yeah, and thank you for that question. So that was in budget language from 2013, which we, Maine Equal Justice, believe is still like enforceable. And so we've been having conversations with DHHS about their role and whether or not that is happening. But our understanding is that right now, we believe that DHHS workers help folks who are in the Aspire program, so who are receiving TANF, low-income folks learn about the property tax fairness credit as well as other like the EITC, but the kind of, it's just the awareness piece. People are not actually supported in like applying for the tax credit or knowing where to go. We think that DHHS could do things, for example, like put a link to the property tax fairness credit application on their website, We did work with them to send out a mailer to people in DHHS's system who seem to be eligible based on their income. And so just to say too that DHHS is in contact with over, we think, 300,000 individuals, and these are exactly the same non-filers who are eligible for these tax credits. And so they sent out letters, but just did it one time. And so I think if we could encourage them to continue doing things like that, that would be really helpful. Also looking at different state agencies as well. I think DHHS makes a lot of sense, but Maine Housing, the Department of Labor, I think there are other agencies as well who could play a role. And then the last thing I'll say in terms of kind of like systems integration, I think that as different state agencies move their technology along, there are opportunities to kind of to streamline applications for benefits. So for example, if someone goes to DHHS to apply online for TANF or SNAP or MaineCare, they could be routed or have some of that information go over to MRS to like begin the application process for the property tax fairness credit as a way to kind of get people's foot in the door or at the very least know about the tax credit. So that was kind of a long answer, but I hope it answered your question.
Thank you. I wonder, Mr. Chairman, if maybe, if not Anne, Julie or Lucia could provide us with that 2013 budget language for our information.
Yep, I see heads nodding. Representative Millet. I think we can get that. Further questions or comments for Ms. Danforth? Representative Stover.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Danforth. I just wanted to add that I think the TANF, if there was to be a mailer, that the TANF list is a good list, but I think the Medicaid list would reach a further audience because not all people, there's a lot of single childless people between 18 and 65 who would also be reached, who may also qualify. And I just wanted to make that comment for the group.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Bennett.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Ms. Danforth, thank you so much for bringing your testimony here today, your comments. It's really helpful, and hadn't thought about a lot of this stuff. So I personally appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Terry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Danforth, also for bringing your perspective on this. I appreciate it. Just for the group itself, when we're thinking about this testimony, we just passed a law that adds funding to groups like Cash Maine, which are focused on low-income folks and helping them finding out about all of their taxes. So while this is stewing in everybody's head, it might be something that we want to consider bringing them into the mix as well to talk about how to get folks what they need for sure. I'm not sure where, other than keeping it into consideration while we're working on our expenditure, streamlining, I guess. It might be some, time for, another conversation to have in addition to what we're doing here. Thank you. And thanks again, Anne, for bringing all of this up. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Further comments or questions for Ms. Danforth? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning. Okay, so Julie, Shane Benz is in the attendee list. He's here to answer questions. He's not here to present further testimony. Do I understand that correctly?
That is my understanding.
Okay, great. So
You might want to ask him that question.
I suppose I could. I'm going to let the four folks in the waiting room in. It's 3 folks from Maine Revenue Services and one person from Pew. And Okay, great. So now I'd like us to spend a little time working through the chart that Julie prepared, and I think we'll sort of keep in mind the comments we've received more recently, and try to incorporate some of that feedback into this conversation as well. But what my goal is that we can spend some time going line by line through this chart and try to get a sense of what we think about the recommendation or suggestion. If we think it's a good idea, we might move it into the report. If it's not a good idea, we might move it out. And if we are not able to come to a consensus, we might just set it aside for the moment. As a reminder for working group members, this is our third meeting out of 4 that have been allotted for this project. So I think one outcome might be giving enough guidance to our staff coming out of this meeting so that they may begin to put together a skeleton of a draft report for presentation to the legislature. And that at our 4th and final meeting, we might make further adjustments or add things, remove things, that sort of thing. So that's what we're hoping to accomplish here. And with that, unless is there any comment or question from members on that process? Seeing none, I think I want to turn it over to Julie. She'll help walk us through this chart. We've got folks from Maine Revenue Services and OPEGA and from Pew with us here today who can help clarify things or answer questions we may have as we walk through this. So, Julie, you want to give it a shot?
I will try. And I should explain for the folks who are not members of the working group that the chart has been posted on the working group's webpage and can be printed off there. Lucia also has it available to be shared, screen shared, if that would be helpful, which I think it might be. So at least when I'm sort of presenting items of this as we go through, I think it's going to be somewhat confusing because there's interrelationship. A lot of these concerns makes it difficult to isolate issues to one particular discussion point and go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because 2 and 3 may be related to 13 and 14, and 16 may be related to 7, and it's difficult to organize all of these. Let me explain first of all a little bit about how the chart was put together. Also, it was emailed to members of the working group yesterday. I hope everybody has had a chance to print that off and has it on paper in front of them, which would be helpful, I think. I started putting together a list of ideas for change and improvement and suggestions for consideration that were put forward in the testimony provided at the last meeting by the agency groups that you asked to present to you at that time. I also pulled in some additional items that came up in discussion, but were not specifically necessarily mentioned by one of the people last week. The ones on the list I put together at first just indicating who offered that suggestion. Lucia did the really useful work of putting it together into an Excel spreadsheet, assigning subject area to each item, and we added in numbers, so the sheet on the left has item numbers so we can reference to particular items as we go through this. In the source list, when you see the tax expenditure abbreviated initials, the TERWG, that means it's something that I pulled from my notes on the general discussion, that it wasn't necessarily one particular person, but it was questions that the working group raised itself during its own discussion of other people's input. Okay, that's the description. The chart is sorted alphabetically by subject area. So it starts with data as an issue. The other thing I should also mention, and I don't know if Shane wants to weigh in on this, but the issues that were raised by Pew in their testimony were more in the nature of general considerations for tax expenditure review than the actual main process itself. But they were sort of questions or suggestions for the working group to consider. So the first one that's on the list, item 1, is Pew's question really of with regard to data, whether evaluators can securely access relevant data as one of the conditions that they look at in terms of whether a tax expenditure review process is designed in a way that can produce good results. So one of their suggestions is the availability of data. That is also something that came up frequently with regard to the agency's presentations rather, and discussions by the working group. So item 2 comes from that discussion. It's sort of a variety of questions. Should there be a standard administrative process or format for administering agencies' collection and reporting of data necessary for evaluation? And that sort of raises within that question how to handle confidential information. The issues that were raised were around the fact that there's really no standard either expressed in the process for OPEGA review or in any of the statutes that require agencies in some instances to report data or recipients of the tax expenditure to report data to the agency. It's kind of like all over the place. There's no standard format for any of that. And I think OPEGA in their comments raised the issue that it caused a difficulty for them in terms of obtaining data. The agencies that need to provide the data raised concerns about them sometimes having to go through quite a bit of work in order to find the data, because in many instances they don't necessarily collect it, or it's not collected in a form that's easily analyzable or transmissible. It's just kind of a situation where all kinds of things are happening in different places, and there's no one standard way to just sort of identify data, get the data, analyze the data, and provide a report on it. So that's kind of the issues that came up under data. As we go through this, there may be things in other categories that will also relate to that. But I don't know if you want to like discuss each subject area category as we go through, or whether you want me to go through the whole chart and you kind of decide discussion afterwards. But that's for the chairs to decide. We haven't talked about that beforehand. So I'll stop now since I mentioned the 2 data areas, and wait for the chairs to decide how you want to proceed, whether you want to talk about that for a while before moving on to another one, or whether you want to move on.
Yeah, my preference would be to review review an area, see what we're thinking, and move on to the next. I understand there may be connections with other areas, but this is a sticky, interrelated system. So I think that's probably the best we can do.
I agree. I totally agree with that.
Okay. So thank you, Julie, for that overview. It sounds like probably all of us would agree that getting data that is machine readable into the hands of OPEGA is a preferable goal. I don't know that any of us have the level of understanding required to tell Maine Revenue Services and FAME how to do that. But I guess I just want to pause and maybe check with a group. Do you feel like this needs to be a recommendation in our report? Representative Kryzak.
A question first. it was my understanding from some of the testimony that they could fix this with a memorandum of understanding. So I guess my question is that enough, or do we have to have legislation to, make that happen?
It's a great question. And I do recall that as well, their willingness to try to adopt a uniform MOU. I see Daniel D'Alessandro from, nope, never mind. I see, I saw a hand and then it went away, and the second hand and it went away. So Daniel or Lucia, if you'd like to comment, please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. This is Lucia Nixon from OPEGA. I just wanted to comment that there are some statutory provisions now regarding the data that OPEGA can request, and that agencies, including MRS and other state agencies, are required to provide to OPEGA. So there have been memorandums of understanding developed and reached in the past for projects. I think the overall attention or interest is, are there ways that data sharing could be improved to support effective and efficient tax expenditure evaluations? And so looking at tweaks to existing processes and procedures. I would need to do a little more specific look into the statutes to answer the specific question as to whether there are specific statutory changes to the language that's in there now regarding the data that we can request and that agencies are required to produce for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Do you think you can make progress on that piece between now and our next meeting in 2 weeks?
We'll do our best.
I think that's all we can ask. Thank you. So we've got two other hands raised. I'll call on Shane Benz from Pew first, followed by Daniel D'Alessandro from MRS. Shane, good morning.
Morning, Senator Libby. Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to, follow up on a few pieces regarding data. We had an opportunity since our first presentation a few weeks ago to talk with a few other states in terms of data access and data availability. So we do know that some states like Pennsylvania, Colorado, and Indiana either set up secure servers or provide, specific secure access for evaluators to access the necessary data from the respective agencies that collect them, whether it be other departments of revenue or something like that. But with that secure data access through servers or a secure cloud, evaluators typically sign confidentiality waivers or confidentiality provisions, and some even provide, specific memorandas with fingerprint access, or just to submit fingerprints for specific confidentiality protections as well in order to access those secure servers. So that's one thing that we've seen. I'm happy to follow up with a few of those states to get the details on that. But that is one way that some of the states that utilize a lot of data that is confidential to complete these reviews. And I can follow up a little bit in terms of some of the earlier testimony regarding machine readable data. I know that Mara had talked about that earlier today, and I had referenced a few weeks ago that the District of Columbia had worked on some ways to get data that was previously offered in paper format electronic. So I was able to follow up with the district's Office of Taxation and Revenue to learn a little bit more about some of the progress that they've made. And they've sent along a few examples of programs in the district that now require electronic certification that gets the data that are needed for these reviews. So I can send along a few links to those examples. Because I'm not a business or haven't applied for a tax credit in the district, I can't go through the specific application or the specific certification process, but they do have guides that kind of show how the process works, where businesses are able to certify electronically and provide the data that are needed for reporting purposes. So I'm happy to follow up with the working group and send Julie over that information as well.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Shane. I think that'll be very, very helpful to us. Next up is Daniel.
Senator Libby, Representative Terry, thank you. So in this issue, I see two different areas. The first is the standard administrative process and format for collection and sharing of data. And I think that it would be important to consider and give guidance to the agencies on what data that OPEG is looking for. And so that's been done as reviews has happened, but we don't necessarily know what information will be required for reviews of other tax expenditures. And the way they're administered, a lot of them are administered in a similar fashion, but there are a lot of tax expenditures and there can be specific ways some of them are administered. And so creating a standard process that accounts for all the different tax expenditures could be difficult. And we would be looking to, I think, OPEGA to provide some information on the specific ones, what data they would need and what format they would need it in. On confidentiality, there's kind of three law statutes that are important. There's the federal protection of federal confidential tax information, and that's largely out of our hands. There's then a requirement that OPEGA treat confidential tax information in the same manner that Maine Revenue Services would. That's give it the same lens and the same procedures that we do when we hold it. And the third is that they can only release it when we can. And so those are statutory requirements that will limit how OPEGA can access confidential information and use it, and do create some complexity in their use of the data. There are then the kind of procedures OPEGA and NMRS have developed to facilitate the requests and transfers of that data. And I think that's where an MOU or other ways of looking at that process might be able to kind of streamline that. We haven't had a confidential information request in over 2 years at this point, but we're certainly willing and able to kind of look at those processes and see how they can be improved.
Thank you, Daniel. Representative Terry, followed by Lucia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daniel, this is for you, going back to what you had first said a minute ago about a standard questions, let's just say, or standard reporting. If we were to limit the tax expenditure review process, or at least this part of it, to business development, would that make it easier? Is there a way that we could come up with, between all of us, a set of questions that need to go to each of those expenditures to make it easier on MRS to be able to share that information, if we were just to keep this to business expenditures versus all of the other ones that we've got on our list?
Yes, I think that would make it simpler. Just by reducing the scope of the possible tax expenditures, there are then just less of them and less variation on what information there is. But there still is variation between the different business expenditures.
Sure.
The legislature has recently put in specific reporting requirements on some of the new tax expenditures. And so for those, right from the outset, we know what information will be needed and to gather. With some of the older ones, that was not put in place. And so they just have not been administered in a way that may facilitate that. And until OPEGA looks at them, we're not entirely sure what information they'll need.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Lucia.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on a couple of these items as both previous speakers just said. I think one of the key elements and issues to pay attention to is what Daniel was just talking about, this addition of spelling out the data that needs to be collected when tax expenditures are in the tax expenditure statutes. So that would go a long way towards setting things up so that the data is there, and that I think that's one of the big challenges has been, and that has been addressed to some extent, but that we would just want to emphasize the importance of having it spelled out from before the evaluation as to these are the data that needs to be collected. And I also wanted to distinguish that there's the tax return information that's held by MRS. And then especially for some of these more economic development incentives programs, there is also very useful and valuable data that can be collected by the agency, whether it's FAME or DECD, or for right now, we're doing the historic preservation, the Maine Historic Preservation Commission, and they can often collect very useful data about the participating businesses and individuals and entities and the outcomes that they're experiencing that may be different than the data on the tax returns, which is just one piece of what might be valuable to us. So we just wanted to talk about it's not only data that's held by MRS that is of importance and value to our ability to do the evaluations.
Thank you, Lucia. What do members think of what we've heard so far for this section? Representative Kryzak.
Just a question. It sounds like the new legislation is working for both departments. Is there some way that we can carry that legislation over to the older expenditures, so that I know we can't go back in history and gather all the data from before, but I mean, going forward, if we started collecting the data the same way we did with the new legislation, would that be helpful to both departments?
It's a great suggestion slash question, Representative. One thought in reaction to that is if our group is heading in the direction of recommending a narrower scope of full reviews, maybe focusing on economic development incentives, if we head in that direction, that group of tax expenditures that is subject to full review and all of that data mining, that might be a smaller group for then the legislature to establish reporting requirements for the older tax credits within that smaller group, if you're following what I'm saying.
I am.
But that sounds like an important piece of work that might be required if we want to improve this piece of the puzzle. Other thoughts? So we've got Representative Kryzak's suggestion. We've got Pew that is going to send us more information on how, how the process works in Pennsylvania, Colorado, Indiana, and the District of Columbia. We've got some work that OPEGA might take a look at for us on this one. Are there other comments, questions on the data piece? I did see John Sagasser raise his hand earlier. Mr. Sagasser, is there anything you wanted to add to this piece of the conversation?
Sorry, my camera's on. Just a second here. Just one element, but Daniel and Director Nixon covered the issues. The other piece is just on the limitations MRS faces as far as systems, because the IRS federal data is confidential as a matter of the federal law. That's a restriction. The additional element there is that that information is integrated into Maine revenue systems, and that's what prevents any sort of direct linkage to the tax system, the computer system itself. Instead, the information has to be extracted and then in a separate format method of communication provided to OPEGA.
Just for clarification, Mr. Sagasser, when you said extracted, are you extracting the state info or are you
Yes,
extracting the
right.
federal?
Thank you. Pulling out the information that OPEGA wants, which may be confidential under state law, and keeping out any of the federal protected information.
So OPEGA is not able to receive the federal tax information. Is that correct?
Correct. The federal information that comes from the federal government, right?
Right. Representative Terry?
Yeah, I was just going to say, but we base our returns. Maine processes their returns based on the federal returns, so that's where the trickiness happens. If I'm hearing you correctly, and based on prior knowledge, that's the key sticking issue, correct?
Well, there's two parts to that, I would say, Representative Terry. One is just in speaking, keeping the two concepts straight because they overlap. So yes, we use the code.
Yeah.
Those federal calculations are actually state calculations using the code, but in fact, we link to the federal system.
Right.
It's when the IRS, when information is provided from the IRS to us. So we just get data from the IRS, not from the taxpayer, but from the IRS. That's the federally protected information.
Okay. So if I could maybe ask Shane a sort of a follow-up on that. If Shane, while you're collecting the information that you are from those other states, if you could see where they're, how they tweak that as well, because I'm sure that jumps in, especially when you're trying to find specific information. That'd be great.
Sure, absolutely, Representative Terry. I can find out those specifics.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And for Maine Revenue or OPEGA, Shane talked about those three states using some sort of secure server to transfer the data. Is getting the data over to you, is that an issue we should be concerned about, or is that taken care of and not a roadblock? Lucia?
Oh, so I just want to make sure I understand the questions. Is getting data from MRS to OPEGA a roadblock? Is that your question?
I'll try to ask it differently. Should we set up a secure server to help facilitate a quicker transfer of data, or is that a non-issue for Maine?
It sounds attractive. It sounds like an attractive idea. I don't know if it works within the restrictions that MRS is under. I have heard, in addition to what Shane mentioned, of having a secure server that staff in some other states in the evaluation offices, once those staff are authorized and have gone through whatever hoops, they can go up and get data from a secure server. And there are also, I think, states that I have heard about through Pew where the evaluation office gets on a regular schedule, gets a data dump from the state revenue department of on, I don't know, an annual or semi-annual basis. They're getting a data dump of extensive amounts of information. So I'm looking to Shane to dig a little deeper on those, but I think they're interesting to explore and just see if and how they could fit within the Maine system.
Thank you, Lucia. Daniel first, and then we can go to Shane.
Well, thank you. We have used a secure server to transfer information to OPEGA in the past. I think it's more of a question of what specific information to transfer, but using that kind of technology is something that is possible.
Thank you. Shane, Lucia posed a question your way, I believe.
Yes, in our conversations with a few other states, in terms of speaking with them informally, we've heard the same thing about kind of annually or semi-annually data transfers, but I'd have to follow up with them to see if there's any specific information or statute that we could reference there.
Great, thank you. Further questions or comments on data from members? Julie and Lucia, do you feel like you are getting enough from this conversation in terms of direction for where this section of the report may end up, or do you need a recap? Basically, we're hearing a number of recommendations. I'm not hearing strong objections on several of them. And if we're not hearing strong objections, I think we want to capture that as a series of recommendations in the report. Julie?
Well, for my part, and we haven't really talked about who's going to be putting together drafts at this point either. So I may be thinking that if Lucia has enough information, I'm okay. And she may be thinking that if I have enough information, that she's okay. But I have to confess that when you all talk about transferring information via a secure server, I don't know what that means. I can duplicate the language and I can try to express the nature of your conversation, but I'm not sure that I understand enough about what it is that, you know, whether these are the form of recommendations that such and such a person will do or should do such and such a thing. It would be, in terms of putting together a draft, it would be more helpful if you could think about things in that kind of format. Then we can add in the surrounding information that supports that, but to know clearly who it is you're asking to do what would be helpful from my perspective in terms of trying to put together a draft.
Understood. To your earlier point, we are not expecting our working group staff to understand how all this is going to work. We are expecting the staff to capture the nature of the conversation, if that helps you. We can, and with a draft in hand, we can work on figuring out who's assigned to what to get very specific about work tasks. But I think for today's purpose, we're looking for staff to capture the nature of the conversation. Lucia?
I was just going to say I would benefit from a recap, as I was mostly hearing discussion points and requests for further information than recommendations. So if you could do the recap that you offered, I think it would help both OFPR and OPEGA.
As soon as I offered to do the recap, I regretted it.
Yeah.
But I'll give it a shot here. Number one, there are references we can look to from 4 other jurisdictions on their process for reference for sharing data between the revenue collection agency and the evaluator. And I think we want to capture and summarize those models and include that in our report. There was a suggestion for the legislature to establish evaluation criteria for the older tax credits that have no evaluation criteria. And so I think that's something we want to capture in this report. There should be some, and I don't know how to phrase this correctly, but there's work that needs to be done, and I believe will be done on establishing standard sharing agreements to cut down on the amount of time that's spent negotiating that. And beyond that, I'm starting to run out of steam on what else I heard. So if anybody else can, any other working group members want to add to that? Representative Terry?
Yeah, thank you. Just based on what you had just said, I think if I'm hearing correctly from other members and from what's been said from our guests, that statutorily, it sounds like the most consistent way to keep this going is to make those data collection points statutory versus the memo of understanding. Memos of understanding can get lost. Statutory things are pretty solid. Can't kind of get around that.
Lucia or Julie, are your hands up from earlier or?
No, I had a question about your second point with the legislature establishing parameters for measuring and data collection. It raises in my mind the question of how the legislature would go about doing that. So I don't know if you want to talk about that at all to try to enhance the description of that point, but
yeah. Representative Terry looks like she's ready to try.
Yeah, and I think this is where the weaving that we were talking about earlier comes in. Representative Millett, I think, and I are on the same page with the subcommittee idea that putting together a group that does this tax expenditure review specific versus a couple of different groups seeing things at a couple of different times. I think having a subcommittee as part of this process, as part of the full valuation, whatever area we're talking about, I think that would be incredibly helpful. I would love to see something in our report about having folks get together on a regular basis during the biennium. And it can be also in the interim to focus specifically on this. So again, so things don't get lost, which is where the memo can get lost. Statutorily, if we're required to meet every few months or whatever to see how things are going, I think that would be very helpful.
Representative Terry, clarification on what you're suggesting. Are you saying the subcommittee is going to be doing the work of establishing evaluation criteria for the old credits, or are they doing something else?
Yeah, no, I think that's actually, yes. Short answer, yes. I think that the tax committee could do it themselves. However, as was noted earlier, our workload is tremendous during the session, and to have a committee specifically for this type of review. Okay, so let me go back. Sorry, I'm over answering. I apologize. I said short answer first. I'm sure.
So my question was: is the subcommittee going to establish evaluation parameters for the old tax credits where we have none? Or are you talking about something else?
No, yes, correct. A subcommittee would establish old statutory reporting.
Okay. Lucia, followed by Representative Kryzak.
So I have a question because I heard, so the subcommittee that was proposed in the testimony from Maura Pillsbury it sounded to me broader than that. So it was sort of a standing subcommittee that would help keep, would be able to focus more on tax expenditure reviews and the tasks associated with processing the reports, and in a way that, it was sort of bridging smaller group of members of, I guess, tax and the GOC that would have some dedicated time focused on this throughout the biennium. And then what Senator Libby is asking is about a specific task, and your response, Representative Terry, that yes, that group would do that task. And I'm just trying to understand, is this a one-time subcommittee that would tackle that task and get us ready, have us more prepared to move forward, or were you seeing it as a more standing subcommittee?
I am thinking the subcommittee as a whole, that would be part of their work. So it would be for the long term to be helping facilitate the review process for the short term, a short-term project of that subcommittee would be to go through all the old statutes and come up with a set of standard questions for all of them. So it would be part of the work of the subcommittee.
Thank you.
Julie.
We're sort of getting into the thick legislative weeds now, but as you know, legislative committees even are not established by statute. They're established by joint order every 2 years by each legislature. They don't usually change much, but there's no reason why the 131st couldn't come in and decide to have entirely different committees than it has right now. You folks as chairs of the Taxation Committee or the Government Oversight Committee have the ability to appoint your own subcommittees. I have no idea who has the authority or whether there is authority to establish a joint subcommittee, which includes members of 2 different committees. You can certainly suggest that certain individuals get together and perform these functions, but if you're expecting to have something that's sort of more official and formal and ongoing, I'm not sure what the process would need to be for that within the legislative context of how committees and subcommittees work. That's just some weeds. I mean, we can draft the language and not deal with the issues of how it's going to work, but I just wanted to raise
Understood.
that.
Appreciate that, Julie. Representative Kryzak, I'm sorry, I failed to call on you.
No, I'm good. My question was answered. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So how about we maybe pause the legislative weeds piece of this conversation and we can stew on it a bit. Maybe we'll have a brilliant idea in 2 weeks, but I think the substance of the work tasks we have some agreement on, how they get accomplished, we'll work on that. Sound okay? All right. I'd like to move us on next to the expedited review section of the table, and that's number 3 and 4. Julie, you want to provide any comments on this one?
Sure. Well, they're not my comments on it, but I will try to describe those issues. Yes, and I should mention, I meant to mention at the beginning that these are sorted alphabetically, not in any particular order of importance or anything. So that's why things appear in the places that they appear. Items 3 and 4, you're right, related to expedited review. Maine Revenue Services mentioned in their testimony the possibility of perhaps removing expedited review process. I should start by just mentioning at the beginning, it's been mentioned before, but just as a reminder that the expedited review provisions are on a 6-year cycle where OPEGA provides information to the Taxation Committee, which then does the evaluation of the expedited provisions. And they are organized by tax policy. So for instance, one tax policy is interstate and foreign commerce provisions that are related to that. So all the provisions under that topic go into one report. The 6-year rotation is in its 6th year. That's right now as we speak. OPEGA it's in the process of completing. It's not entirely done yet, not ready to print yet, but they're in the process of finalizing their 6th round of review of the expedited provisions, which means the next year we will go back to round 1 again. The question has come up, I think, from item 4, OPEGA's suggestion of whether or not the legislature maybe wants to look at clarifying what the process should be going forward. Obviously, there's not a need next year for OPEGA to go back and do everything that it did 6 years ago for that round 1. It's probably more in nature of providing the Taxation Committee with updates for things that might have changed over the past 6 years, if anything. And Maine Revenue Services indicated in their testimony that perhaps the information that's in what we call the Red Book, the Maine Revenue Services tax tax expenditure report that they put together for the legislature every 2 years, that perhaps that's enough information for the taxation committee to be able to look at those items, or perhaps the legislature could be making a decision about whether or not to review any of those items in a given year, and maybe might be able to not become quite so involved in doing all of those.
Julie,
Yes.
Julie, if I could just pause for a moment. I want to show, so on that point that Julie was just mentioning, the fact that we've got these two products that are looking at a simplified view of a tax credit. I'm going to show you examples on your screen. Let's see here. I picked a random tax credit and I pulled up both examples. Lucia, you have your hand raised. Is there?
No, I just want to chime in after you're done.
Okay. I picked a random tax policy and pulled up both the Red Book and the OPEGA expedited review. So on your screen is the expedited review that OPEGA did. We've got the statutory reference, a brief description. It looks like 6 years of financial information, a note about the fiscal impact, and some legislative history. I'm going to switch screens now and show you the Red Book that's produced by Maine Revenue Service. Same tax credit. We've got a brief description, 2 years of financial history, a bit about how the revenue loss is calculated, and the number of exempt organizations on file. So to me, these are quite similar, and I feel like maybe we should heed the recommendation of MRS and figure out how to maybe pull the best parts of the OPEGA analysis, which in my mind are an expanded financial history, and I'm not seeing much else really. You know, when as a policymaker looking at these two documents, I get pretty much the same thing out of both, but we've got two agencies doing this. So, Lucia.
So what I just wanted to add is I think also to focus on the question of the actual review work. So what OPEGA is producing is not doing any analysis or review. The review work is actually statutorily required to be done by the taxation committee, and the taxation committee produces a report. So the actual expedited review report is something produced by the taxation committee. I could try to find one to pull up, but I just want to clarify that distinction that these are often referred to are the OPEGA piece as an expedited review, but the actual, it's really just a piece. It is just supporting documentation for a review that is conducted by the taxation committee and reported out by the taxation committee. So the actual review.
Lucia, did the OPEGA analyst produce the document that I'm looking at in any way?
Yes, OPEGA produces this supporting information.
Okay.
It's delivered to tax, and then tax conducts the review and issues the expedited review report.
Understood. But in terms of the OPEGA staff resources going into the expedited review piece, they are producing a document that to me looks fairly similar to the Red Book. The only thing I would add to the Red Book is this expanded financial history, I think would be useful in looking at trends.
I would agree that it's very similar. And I guess I was just saying for the legislature's consideration is, do you want the taxation committee doing something about these groups of things on a 6-year basis is a second question when you decide who's providing the underlying information.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Lucia, so if I understand what you're saying, really what the expedited review does is it ensures that the taxation committee looks at these at least every 6 years. Is that kind of the purpose behind it?
It's my understanding that a 6-year cycle was set out for the taxation committee to review groups of tax expenditures by policy areas, and to ensure that, yes, that was the taxation committee would look at these areas on a 6-year cycle. And that's what the statute requires.
I guess I'd like to hear from tax committee members who've been through a cycle or two, a year or two of this review. I mean, is this valuable? Is it productive work? Are there amendments being made to tax credits based on this review? I'll stop sharing my screen. I can't tell if anybody's raising their hand. So Representative Kryzak.
Yeah, from what I'm learning now, we're seeing this every 2 years with the Red Book, but then OPEGA does another report that we look at and then have to review. But I think tax is already reviewing it from Maine Revenue Services. And, you know, some of the issues are getting the information to OPEGA for them to do their report. So if Maine Revenue Services is already doing it, taxation is looking at it every 2 years. I don't see the need for the OPEGA to do an expedited report. It just seems like a lot of wasted work where we already have the figures. I mean, if we want to have Maine Revenue Service add, you know, more years so we can see that makes a lot of sense, but there isn't a lot of difference between the reports.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to hear from Representative Terry, and then Julie, you've got clarifying information for us. Representative Terry.
So for me, this is another argument for the case of a subcommittee. One of the challenges that we have with taxation is getting these reports on our schedule because we see so much. However, see so much other work. However, these are, you know, if there are bills that come in that relate to some of these reports, we're more inclined to pay more attention to them, to dig deeper into them. Having done it a few times, having gone through these reports a few times, we very rarely have suggestions for them. Again, because we're focused on new stuff coming in. I feel like there's definitely a disconnect for the taxation committee with these reports. And again, I think throwing some dedicated people on this task on a regular basis where the tax committee members can report to the rest of our committee, and where GOC can report on, you know, the GOC members can report to their committees too. I think it would make it a lot more cohesive and a lot more focused. So again, timing wise kind of leaves us with less, being able to focus less on these reports than we would like to.
Thank you. Julie, followed by Senator Bailey.
Thank you. Just wanted to mention another weed. No, we do have weed tax bills, don't we, sometimes, actually, but it's not that kind of weed. Part of the tax expenditure review process is that OPEGA essentially keeps track of what the legislature does every year, and as new things get enacted, they get added into an appropriate place on the categorization of items. If they are not going to be, well, I guess the question is how that would fit into this process, and not that you need to have an answer on that, but I just wanted to raise that as also an issue that would need to be addressed, I guess. It's, as we go into next year, there may be a couple of extra things on the list that were not on the list 6 years ago. I'm not sure if there are, but there might be.
That's a good point, Julie. I think I'll just share my preference is that I do like OPEGA tracking the new tax credits And I do like GOC being a completely split bipartisan non-tax committee, ensuring they get on a review schedule or not. Sorry, ensuring they get on a full review or deciding they get expedited. So I'd like that piece to stay. I guess what I'm saying is I think the red book could have a couple of pieces added to it, and OPEGA could stop being involved in this piece. So I'm trying to summarize where I am, and I'm seeing Representative Kryzak nod his head and maybe some others. If that's helpful in staff capturing our comments. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm kind of leaning towards agreeing with Representative Terry that maybe this is something we shift to the subcommittee. My concern is that if we just get rid of the expedited review process without some process in place, that a lot of these tax expenditures will go on the books and never get looked at again. And I think that was the problem that brought about this process to begin with. And so I don't want to fall down that hole again. But certainly, I mean, perhaps, you task the subcommittee two things. The first is, yes, you have the red book give the historical data, because I think that is important. And you task the subcommittee with, again, doing some sort of review process based on the red book to ensure that, again, somebody in the legislature is periodically at least looking for, 10 minutes, these tax expenditures on an ongoing basis. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Senator. So Representative Terry and Senator Bailey have talked about a potential subcommittee of GOC and tax reviewing on some regular basis the tax credits that are not subject to a full OPEGA review. What do members think of that suggestion? Is there objection or concern with that suggestion? Okay. Julie and Lucia, do you have what you need? Julie, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. I thought I needed to click. It says mute. So I apologize. And I apologize because my mind was taking some notes on something else. Could you possibly repeat what you just said, Senator Libby, in terms of your proposal, so I make sure I get it correctly for the subcommittee?
I think what the group is saying is that what we are now calling the expedited review conducted by the tax committee members would, under our new proposal, be conducted by a subcommittee of GOC and tax during some period of the year that makes sense. I'm not sure what that is. And that their reference document is the red book with maybe a few additions pulling from what OPEGA has done, because like OPEGA, the one I looked at, OPEGA has expanded financial history, for example. I like that. I'd like to see that in the red book. Maybe there are some more things that OPEGA does that are not captured in the red book, and those could be slid into the red book. But I think that's the suggestion from Representative Terry and Senator Bailey. Feel free to chime in if I've missed anything.
If I could just quickly ask Dr. Allen if adding a couple of years, a couple of extra years, so we can follow trends, if that would be a huge issue for MRS.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Certainly.
We can't see you, Dr. Allen, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Well, that's probably better for you. Here we go. So We can certainly do that. I would just add that at the back of the Red Book, the tax expenditure report that we do, we include in it the table that the governor is required to include in her budget submission. And that has 4 years of estimates. So that information's already there, but it's not in the individual tax expenditure tables, and we can easily do that. So
Excellent. That's great. Do we want to come up with a number while we're at it? 4 years, 6 years?
we can do prior biennium, current biennium, and next biennium. 6 years.
No, I don't think next biennium would necessarily.
Well,
it would be their
it-
forecast
Would
of
next
what.
biennium? Yeah,
It may be helpful if you have especially if you have a new program that's sort of phasing in.
yeah. Okay, I'm
I think
comfortable
that
with
would be
that.
adequate.
Yeah. That sound good to everybody?
Yes.
Great. Awesome. Thank you.
Just wanted to mention the Red Book chart at the end, which includes the budget information that Mr. Allen referred to, includes essentially the report that was done this January of 2021, and it is done every 2 years. It's not done every year, but includes FY 2021 and estimates for 22 and 23. So it includes 4 years, but 2 of those years are future years estimates, not prior years. Just want to mention that.
Thank you, Julie. I'm typing and talking at the same time. That's quite dangerous. But in the chat, I tried to share a link with the Red Book for the Red Book, so folks can check that out as we're talking. It's the second link, to be clear. All right, so it sounds like we're wrapping up this part. However, I want to throw a giant monkey wrench into it now. I've had this idea of creating a different kind of OPEGA review that is a very rapid review. And so I'm not going to call it an expedited review because that will get confusing. We'll call it a super fast review. And having served on tax for a few years, there are times where we're evaluating a new tax expenditure, or we're being asked to remove the sunset for a relatively new tax expenditure, and the committee tends to want to ask OPEGA, hey, what do you think? Is this a crazy idea? Is this just a giveaway? Or is there something here? I've talked to the OPEGA staff a bit about this concept. We haven't really fleshed it out very much, but I guess for OPEGA, if we take the expedited review work off of your plate, does that create any space to do a super quick review, even though I haven't defined what that looks like?
Thank you, Senator Libby. It clearly, the expedited review work is something that we do in the summer months every year. It's not very burdensome work because, as you noted, it's just gathering information from other sources. So it would free up some resources for sure. It would be, I think, at a very different time of year than because when we do that in the summer and fall, which is not the same time as when you're talking about this other type of work. And I think to answer the other part of the question is, yes, it would have to be understanding the scope of what you would be expecting and what kind of analysis or information we could turn around.
If I were to tell you what a scope might look like, it could be tasking OPEGA with finding 3 other states that have a similar proposed tax scheme that have also had an independent analysis done of its effectiveness, and maybe summarizing some of that info. I mean, that as a tax committee member, that's one curiosity I have often when being asked to vote in favor of a tax expenditure. Representative Kryzak, Representative Terry, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have to agree. We had several of them in the first half of the 130th that we've tabled and bring it back next, the second half, because we didn't have the information from OPEGA. So if they, and the reports were coming out in the second half. So if they could just give us, quick information when it's in taxation, that'd be great. Like in one of the things you mentioned was a sunset clause was one of the things that came up in the first half. So yeah, I think that would be great. And it wouldn't have to be, we just need to know if it's working is pretty much all. And so if we can look at other states, that'd be huge.
I agree 100% with Representative Kryzak. But understanding the limitations, I also understand how difficult that can be to pull that information out fast, especially without without the confidentiality data collection. With that being an issue anyway, I can see how that can be a challenge for OPEGA, a big challenge.
Lucia, followed by Shane.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. One is that type of work, having worked at OPLA for many years and prior to working at OPEGA, that sounds like the type of work that often OPLA analysts would produce for other policy committees. I don't know if that's gathering what other states are doing and compiling that. And I don't know quite as much as how similar that would be to something that the taxation committee would ask their analyst, being Julie, who's here. She could speak to that. But, I think we just want to, talk about what the different nonpartisan offices are doing in staffing policy committees and the role. And we want to serve the legislature and however best you want to use us, but that our OPEGA sort of unique position as providing longer term, more in-depth analytical evaluative pieces. Now, because we are doing more in the tax, we do have sort of that foundational knowledge, and maybe there is a way to sort of integrate. And I just wanted to put out there that sounded very familiar to me as to what I would have been asked as the utilities committee analyst for many years. And so how is this a distinctively an OPEGA specific, using the expertise of OPEGA? And also just quickly caution that, the question of whether something's working and OPEGA effectively answering that question is something that we would not feel comfortable doing in a short turnaround time. We do typically, for any of the full evaluations, we do something called preliminary research. And that work is often to do background information about the statutes, the legislative history, talk to the agencies that are administering it, look at other states. And so that is something that's familiar to us. And so I do think that what we currently call preliminary research is something that could be considered perhaps as a foundation for the type of work that you're interested in, Senator Libby. But those are just a few points that I wanted to make sure we got out there.
Okay, I think we're on the same page that we're not talking about OPEGA answering the question, is it effective? I'm talking about somebody gathering some of that information from other states and sharing it for tax policymakers to review. So we'll call this the super quick preliminary research. That's the concept. The next up is Julie.
Thank you. This is the point where Lucia and I get into kind of a difficult situation, trying to be staff to you, but we also serve other purposes in the legislative process, some of which you may be impacting by your recommendations. I am the analyst for the taxation committee, so to the extent that I have the same responsibilities as an OPLA analyst has, to provide a committee with information that's helpful to them in their considerable legislation. We all do the best we can on that. I only feel, though, that I should comment, and I guess, it's sort of maybe, I don't know whether this is a conflict of interest or not, but take it for what it is. the ability to provide that information on any particular either program or tax expenditure that the state currently has, or a new one that's proposed in legislation. It's going to vary dramatically depending upon the nature of what the proposal is. The ability to compare a proposal like that or existing law to law that another state has. There's hardly ever going to be a law in another state that's exactly the same as what Maine is considering. And whether they've done a review and whether we would give value to the review that they've done on judging effectiveness is going to be a very difficult thing to do and require potentially an awful lot of time, depending upon what the proposal is and what the questions are. The best evaluation that a committee probably gets on legislation at that point is, if you're talking about an evaluation, is the public testimony that you get when you hold a public hearing, when you hear from people who are interested in the bill and people who are not interested in the bill. And, you know, you'll hear from the agency about administrative concerns that they have. I'm not sure that a committee analyst has the ability to come forward a lot more. Some, yes. We could frequently get information about whether other states have something like that. NCSL is pretty good about helping with that kind of thing, but it can be very difficult to put together that information to make any kind of judgments about things that are working or might not be working. Would be far beyond anything that committee staff is used to doing.
Oh, totally understand. Not suggesting analysts evaluate effectiveness. This idea is really about trying to gather some information from other states. And it could be that, you know, tax committee tasks someone with gathering this data from other states, and the results are we don't have anything, and that's useful to policymakers because then we would know we're going into uncharted territory. So, but your point is well taken, Julie, and we understand. We may be recommending folks like you or folks from OPEGA doing more work, and that certainly impacts the other responsibilities you have. Shane.
Thank you, Senator Libby, and apologies, I think I put my hand down too quickly last time. So just to follow up on a few points that Lucia and Julie had mentioned. So Lucia had mentioned kind of a preliminary review, and this is something that, you know, elements of that type of review we've seen done in other states. I think I mentioned in my presentation a few weeks ago, one item that New Mexico's Legislative Finance Committee pulls together with a lot of their tax expenditures is something that they call their tax expenditure policy principles. And they're a base set of questions that analysts answer for proposed legislation for tax incentives to help the Committee of Jurisdiction understand a little bit more about the incentive. So they asked whether or not the incentive was vetted through either interim committees. Was the proposed legislation reviewed prior to making its way through the legislature? Is it transparent? So does the legislation spell out provisions for transparent reporting of costs? Whether or not it's evaluated or will be evaluated on an annual basis, or if it's set up for evaluations, and it has a few other considerations. One other, you know, we pulled together some research on what we call sunrise processes, where, you know, we've seen some states ask some pretty good questions about proposed tax incentives as they're making their way through the legislature. And I'm happy to send along that information, but some questions that we've seen include, you know, whether or not the incentive or the proposed incentive has a clear rationale, if it's designed to achieve its stated goals, whether or not the goals of the incentive are proposed clearly in legislation, which would help evaluating offices down the line review those incentives based on what the legislature had intended, whether or not the program includes fiscal protection, so cost controls or caps or other things, and whether or not it's structured to be, adequately administered or efficiently administered with appropriate reporting, so that the state gets the data it needs to review these incentives. So these are kind of basic questions that can be applied to legislation to help makers understand whether or not the program will be able to be reviewed down the line, or whether or not they expect it to do, or whether or not it could do what they expected to do in legislation. So I'm happy to send those examples over in addition to some of the other items I talked about today. Also, Julie had mentioned resources from NCSL. So I did want to touch on one database that our team here at Pew works on with NCSL. I can provide a link to the right here to the Zoom call, but it's a database on tax incentive evaluations. So we here at Pew collect tax incentive evaluations from all the states that regularly produce them, and categorize them by analysis topics, incentive types, states, which states produce them, and by years. And that's all available on an NCSL database, and you can sort and filter for different reviews so that you can see the types of incentives that are reviewed, how they're reviewed, and how they're structured. So that's one helpful resource that I always recommend folks look at, and I'm happy to send that along as well.
Thank you, Shane.
Sure.
Representative Stover, thank you for joining us today. She has to run to another meeting. And it looks like I see 3 lawmakers on the screen. So I suppose we'll proceed unless Representative Terry, you think we're all right to proceed? You're on mute. Representative Terry, you're on mute.
I'm so sorry. Just had a whole thing. There's 5 of us. I think we're still good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I'd like to see, sounds like there's interest from tax committee members on some kind of initial research gathering, not tasking OPEGA with evaluating effectiveness, but just gathering data. NCSL has some resources. So I would like to see this as a recommendation coming out of our report, and just want to see if other members are feeling the same way. And I know Julie and Lucia are sweating right now because they don't know what that looks like, but we can flesh it out between now and our group's end if folks are feeling the same way. Julie.
Well, it reminds me of a concern that's going to come up in a point subsequent to this. There is that provision which has been in law for quite a few years now, essentially requiring DECD to review legislative economic development proposals. It wouldn't be all tax expenditures, but you sound like there might be some sympathy at least towards leaning towards at least a focus on economic development tax expenditures. There is a provision in current statute, which has been there for a while, that says the DECD is supposed to review those and report to the taxation committee with regard to whether a number of items. I'll have to pull up my statute, but I can do that, to evaluate the legislation in terms of whether it has the kind of items in it that Mr. Benz perhaps mentioned in terms of reports and data specified and purposes and a name that accurately describes what it does. They're supposed to submit those reports to the legislature. Probably the flaw in the statute is that It doesn't designate anybody with responsibility to identifying what items of legislation trigger this report. So as far as I know, I don't think that DECD has ever done one or submitted a report to the Taxation Committee on any legislation before it. But that statute does exist. It seems to be sort of similar perhaps to what Senator Libby is mentioning in terms of looking at a proposal in terms of coming up with some of those items that would be included within the principles of what a good tax expenditure ought to be characterized by. Just wanted to mention that.
Appreciate that, Julie. Representative Terry, followed by Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think, did we not hear from DECD that, or somebody that they did contract and evaluation in 2017? I have that in my notes that they had done that, and that commission for them to the commission's reappointment book in front of me because I was on state and local last session. So I am looking for it. I don't see it anywhere in here. So I don't know if it's been decommissioned, you know, if that part of the statute has been decommissioned, or maybe, Julie, I'm talking about something completely different and I just have things confused.
There are two things. They are related, but they are two separate things. There is a provision in statute which requires DECD to contract with an independent contractor once every 4 years for a review of economic development incentive programs. That includes tax expenditures as well as perhaps economic development programs where the state is giving grants or assistance or to economic development entities throughout the state to assist with economic development. So it includes both of those kinds of things and tax expenditures. The last one was done, I think, in 2016, I think. And the statute has changed several times since that first one was done. The most recent statute provides that the first year it's to be done is in 2021. However, this year DECD and at the last meeting indicated that that process for this year has essentially been suspended, partially because of COVID restrictions, and also partially because the funding that was designated for it became not available. I'm not sure why. But that is different from the thing that I just mentioned a few minutes ago, which is not a review of existing programs, but a requirement that DECD evaluate legislation that's been proposed and provide information to the Taxation Committee on whether the elements of that legislation are, I'm looking at it, I won't read all of them to you, but have specific stated objectives such as number of jobs to be created, wage levels, specify a method to measure whether the objectives have been met, require the business to report on those benefits, requirement the legislative committee to review on regular intervals. Those are some of the things that the legislation, according to this, should include, and it's DECD's job under that statutory provision to look at the legislation and advise the Taxation Committee whether it is meeting with, whether it satisfies those requirements.
Okay, so they would be a good partner to reevaluate some of those old statutes as well, since maybe they have not given their 2 cents to those. Okay, gotcha. I misunderstood what you were saying, so thank you for the clarification.
I just want to share my personal take. I don't want us to think about the OPEGA tax evaluation process and the DECD evaluation process as equivalents and duplicative.
Yeah.
I hold OPEGA's review process almost at a different level because they are independent and are not subject to influence by change in administration. So one administration could love a particular tax credit and hire a consultant who's going to help them draw conclusions that support that preference, and another administration may go in a different direction. So I just want to offer that up, that I don't know we can rely on DECD to consistently produce the same type of independent analysis that we may expect of OPEGA, for whatever that's worth. And that's not meant to be a dig at DECD. It's just a fact of who sits in the blame house. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since we're talking about this DECD evaluation contained in 13070-0, can someone please direct me? I could not quickly find that statute requiring the evaluation is for an economic development proposal. I could not find a definition of an economic development proposal. So I don't know what that means. So if someone could point me in the direction of where that's defined, thank you.
The definitions for that section are in section 13070J. An economic development proposal is defined as legislation that establishes a new program or that expands an existing program that is intended to encourage significant business expansion or retention in the state, and contains a tax expenditure as defined in the definition of tax expenditure, or a budget expenditure with a cost that is estimated to exceed $100,000 per year.
Thank you very much, Julie.
You're welcome.
So our conversation is now heading into other items in our table. So I think now's as good a time as any to try to cover items 5 through 10. 5 through 9. The area heading is called full evaluations. So Julie, do you want to briefly walk through these 5 items?
Sure. I feel like I'm talking too much. Item 5 is, you're right, we're moving on to full evaluations. There have just sort of overview. Well, you've already discussed a lot of the issues, like the amount of, throughout the full evaluation discussion at the last meeting, there were indications that it involves an awful lot of work for a variety of people. It involves an awful lot of work for OPEGA. It involves an awful lot of work the agencies feel in terms of their being able to put together the information that they need to in order to meet OPEGA's needs. And it requires a lot of work on the part of the legislature as well. Half of you are members of the Government Oversight Committee, half of you are members of the Taxation Committee. You know how much time you spend on these things. So the first item that's in there is item 5, question of whether raised by DECD to shift the focus from having OPEGA review tax expenditures that relate to economic development, at least, defer to the DECD third-party evaluation. And it's not, I wouldn't say it's not possibly influenced by who is running the administration at any given time, but they are required to contract with a third-party independent organization to produce the review. So it's not DECD that's doing it itself. They're simply funding it, essentially. But what they have suggested is that given that that is happening, I don't think they said it might be duplicative, but it at least is another way in which many of the items in these that are tax expenditures are being evaluated as well. How that would overlap with an OPEGA evaluation, I'm not sure. For instance, OPEGA has already done the full evaluation of Better and Betty programs a couple of years ago. And that was also included in the first DECD third-party independent review that was done. So it is possible to sit down and compare those two. They're different. I don't know. And speaking for, it was before Lucia's time, but in speaking for a prior director of OPEGA, neither she nor I thought that the third-party independent evaluation had done a very good job. There was just some sloppiness to it, not in terms of whether they had done a good job of evaluating whether something was working or not, but just you couldn't trust their evaluation if you knew that just sort of the details had been kind of done sloppily. I don't think DEC is inclined to contract with those people again, but I don't really know. Anyway, that's my history aside, so I guess I'm prone to them. Also, there are quite a few items under full evaluation. Main revenue services identified as a way of maybe sort of reducing the amount of effort that's required on everyone's part to maybe sort of identify or prioritize which items should be subject to full review, that maybe the legislature, maybe your subcommittee, or some other part of you could look at all of the items that are on the full evaluation list and maybe decide that some are more important than others and that they should be done, and that maybe some others could maybe be subject to something more like a fast review or an expedited review than a full evaluation. That was item 6. Item 7, suggestion by Main Revenue Services to focus full reviews on tax policy of expenditure using empirical and survey findings and other methods to analyze effectiveness. And this sort of involves the issue which was raised by a number of the presenters last week of whether the review should be placing quite so much importance on reviewing the administration of the tax expenditure as opposed to what the fiscal impact of the tax expenditure is on the economy or the people receiving the tax expenditure. The tax expenditure review has been interpreted by OPEGA in a way that includes those administrative aspects, and they're probably very useful in terms of identifying, for the agencies at least, areas where perhaps they're not collecting the kind of information that the legislature needs, or that the way they're presenting their data may not be as useful, or that perhaps they're not able to share some of their information in a way that's helpful. Those are different issues than, does this particular tax credit provide benefits to these particular taxpayers in a way that results in more jobs being created or more property taxes being paid in the municipality. So that's kind of something to think about for the legislature that they raised. Item 8 suggested limiting full reviews to 1 per year. This again was a Main Revenue Services suggestion, focusing perhaps, they suggested, on taxation committee priorities. That would certainly create time savings for everyone who would be involved in that process. The agents, the various folks who were involved in that would need to answer to how that would affect them. But they suggested maybe as considerations a tax expenditure that maybe is going to sunset real soon. So the legislature needs to be in the position of deciding whether to extend, let it disappear. They also indicated that it might depend upon bills that were currently before the legislature. So if you knew that there were going to be 6 bills on the historic rehabilitation credit, that maybe you could focus on just that one for the next review, as opposed to it maybe not happening for another 3 or 4 years. Or if there is some sort of indication of a likelihood that the tax expenditure is not performing as intended, that maybe that would be something that could trigger a review too. So I'm guessing that this process would be sort of like something every year the legislature somehow or other, probably the taxation committee would decide what it wanted to be done in the next year, and that would determine what got done, as opposed to there being a list and a schedule of this is the way things are going to get done, and this is what's going to happen. It would be redecided maybe each year. Item 9 is comments from OPEGA, and I should indicate too that I'm trying to capture what they have provided at the last meeting. I might have missed something, or they may have additional things they want to add as well. But the OPEGA suggested considering the options for remaining full evaluations, assess what remains as a group, consider targeted background research to compile basic information, and or assess initial review whether statutory provision is ready for review, the item that you sort of discussed a little bit in the past in a different a little bit in the past, not in the past, in today's meeting. The idea of trying to identify ahead of time whether the statute is actually ready to be reviewed. Some of them, and essentially the more recent ones, because since OPEGA has started doing reviews of tax expenditures, the taxation committee has become aware that those parameters need to be considered in tax expenditure, need to be considered by the legislature and included in the legislation. So we don't hopefully have future tax expenditures enacted which do not have identifications of their purposes, intents, and goals, and methods of, and identification of data that needs to be reported by the agency, and ways in which OPEGA should measure whether it's being successful. Those have been, to a great extent at least, included in legislation, new tax expenditures enacted by the legislature in the last couple of years. But maybe a process could be developed where, rather than OPEGA being asked to do a full evaluation of things of legislation that doesn't have those considerations, that the legislature, or that maybe OPEGA would look at the statute and send a memo essentially over to the taxation committee. In order to evaluate this, we would need to have the following in the legislation, and then it would be up to the legislature to decide whether they wanted to do that. But rather than have them put a lot of work into identifying the weaknesses in the statute that make it difficult for them to do any kind of review, that they would have that pre-process essentially. Item 10 moves on to future evaluation. So that's sort of, it raises that issue that I just mentioned about doing sort of the pre-evaluation to determine how this legislation or the statute maybe needs to be amended in order to provide for a worthwhile full review by OPEGA.
Okay. Thank you, Julie. We've got a lot to digest in this section. So I first want to see if there are any comments or questions from members. Representative Krajicek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mentioned it before. I'd like to bring it up on number 5. I have a concern with the third-party review when we know that OPEGA is having a hard enough time getting the information. How are we giving it to a private contractor? And as Julie said, it wasn't a very good report the last time. I'd rather see that money would go to OPEGA for more staffing that would be designated to just do tax expenditures, and then not be pulled off for other emergency things like they are now. I think that would allow them to do a better job and be able to have a shorter timeline on reports if they had more staffing that was just dedicated to tax expenditures. And I don't know what it costs for that one, but I'm sure it's enough money to staff OPEGA full-time for tax expenditures.
Thank you, Representative Krajicek. I think that's an interesting idea. I hadn't thought about moving that money to OPEGA to help speed up their review process, but that's interesting. Before that comment, I was thinking that DECD's critique of our process at OPEGA is that OPEGA evaluates tax expenditures independent of other tax expenditures. And so before Representative Kryzak's comment, which I'm intrigued by, I had been thinking that DECD's role is to look at, hire the outside contractor to look at the whole tax scheme for economic development and provide that to us. It's an additional piece of information for policymakers to have, but I didn't view it so much as duplicative. Regardless, though, I'm not in favor of DECD's recommendation here for our work, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear. What do other members think? Representative Terry. And you're on mute.
No mute, no mouse. Sorry about that. Okay, so a couple of things. One is number 6, to determine which type of expenditures for full review. I think that goes back to our discussion earlier about determining whether or not we have we keep the list as is, or if we focus primarily on business expenditures, or if we split them up. So just something to consider. The MRS evaluate about the full evaluations, limiting them to 1 per year. Well, I appreciate their workload and coming up with something that the tax committee has a priority on because of whatever bills are coming through, I think is too fluid. I think that the legislature itself is too fluid to be able to determine doing things on that level. I think we'll be constantly playing catch up because we don't know, I know as the chair of the committee, I don't know all of the bills that are going to come my way, until sometime in the end of January anyway. So to come up with like a sort of an on the fly, what we want to focus our one full review to, doesn't seem like the timing would work for that. Again, going back to this list, if we decide to switch to do business expenditures versus other expenditures or whatever, I think no matter what we do with this group, I would personally like to, if nothing else, prioritize this list of what's to be reviewed in the future. There are some things on here that I'm sure are very important, but on the other hand, again, it's a timing thing, making sure that we have our priorities and what we determine what our priorities are, and then making sure that we're following through with that. I think would be helpful for OPEGA if we get nothing else done here, which I'm hopeful that's not the case. I think we're going to get a lot done.
Thank you. So under the current framework, the GOC receives a recommendation from OPEGA staff on all the tax expenditures and assignments for which get full reviews, which get expedited reviews, and which get no reviews. And so, one recommendation coming out of this group could be that we task GOC with telling us which economic development incentives get a full review and sort of narrowing the scope in that fashion.
Yeah.
That might help with the timeliness of reports perhaps, but maybe not. It would in the sense that the cycle, if we make no other changes, the cycle would shrink a bit.
Right.
I know that was an interest of Representative Millett.
Yeah.
To zero in on that piece, and I'm open to that as well. I'm curious about other members on this question. Senator Bailey, Senator Bailey, then Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Either way is fine. I'm certainly open to that idea, but I also would just throw out there, it occurred to me as Representative Terry was talking and we're trying to just figure out a more efficient way of prioritizing, if again, that is something that the subcommittee could do a deeper dive and look at, because I do feel sitting on GOC that we oftentimes don't have the time to dedicate to that. We rely a lot on APEGA, which I think is fine, but so I just throw that out there as a possible discussion point as well, that might be the role for the subcommittee. And related to that, I do like the idea of Representative Kryzak's suggestion that there be dedicated staff at OPEGA and additional staff for this, because I think that person or persons could also, of course, be the staff available to this subcommittee. So those are related in my mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. Representative Millet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the comments that have been made by the two members of the Taxation Committee and Senator Bailey. On my thinking, I am not in favor of number 5, shifting the focus that OPEGA now has responsibility for to the DECD third-party statutory event. I think we ought to keep those responsibilities within OPEGA. I would lean toward number 8, limiting full reviews to 1 per year. That first sentence, rather than relying on the next sentence, which says focus on tax committee priorities, and thinking about what Senator Bailey just said, if the subcommittee idea works and we have that regular channel of communication and prioritization that helps educate both the GOC and OPEGA staff, I would like to think that we could zero in on one economic development program or tax expenditure per year as a max, but still rely on, as you said, Senator, the recommendations from OPEGA as to which get full review, expedited review, or non-review. So I'm leaning toward limiting the numbers of full review activities for OPEGA to 1 per year, relying on OPEGA's recommendations fueled by or fed by input from the subcommittee if we do authorize it. Back to the statute for OPEGA, for DECD, I want to just say one thing. I've been an advocate, and I know Senator Libby, you are well aware of this, that the 10-year economic development strategy had a lot of value to me if it's done well and done over a 10-year period and serves as a guiding plan for future governors, future legislatures, etc. But I'm not sure that current statute achieves that goal. So I would rather keep the economic development reviews within the OPEGA focus and try to limit them and prioritize them. And I'm saying a lot of things that probably need a lot of fleshing out, but I agree with both taxation committee members' thoughts, and I know your interest and that of Senator Bailey very consistent with mine. So those are my random thoughts.
Thank you, Representative. Further comments or questions? Lucia.
I just want to flesh out the OPEGA part of that, the suggestion that we put forward as an office. I do think assessing what remains as a group, as I saw Representative Terry hold up the sheet, there's 23 left that have not had either an expedited review or a full evaluation. So one thing I would just toss out there as well is if you narrow the list of what gets a full evaluation, just be mindful that the ones that were up for full evaluation did not get an expedited review by the tax committee. And so I just think that that's worth keeping in mind. If you shift them on the list, are you putting them to no review, or do you want to do some sort of other level review on that. In terms of the question about resources and staffing, I think there are a couple of things we do. 2 positions were added to APEGA staff when the tax expenditure work was added. It's very beneficial as a small staff to be able to flex people between projects. And even if we're using around 2.2 full staffing people working on tax, to having the flexibility of, this year 5 different people worked on tax projects, but on part-time basis, so that I think that flexibility is really important to APEGA. I mean, if we were a staff of 50, that might be different, but we're so small that having that flexibility is really important. The other piece I just wanted to note is that we are currently this year finishing and completing. They didn't all start in 2021, but we'll have the seed capital evaluation was completed, the historic rehabilitation tax credit, the actual field work and reporting was all completed within this year. And we've made significant headway on a 3rd one. So I just wanted to toss that in as you're talking about this idea of limiting it to 1. I think that would also, again, just from a perspective of if we can do more, we want to be able to do more to move through these. And I would just be concerned if we were locked into a specific number, limited to a specific number per year, that might be confining. Originally, I think we were slated to do them all in 6 years would have probably been 6 a year. So just something to think about how many years it would take to get through the remainder if you did add that.
Thank you, Lucia. So on the suggestion of 1 evaluation per year, there are 23 on deck for a full evaluation. So if we were to adopt that recommendation, it would be 23 years until we get through the current batch. Let's say we pared that down to just the economic development incentives. I don't know exactly what that number is, but let's say it's 16. If we were to do 1 a year, it would take us 16 years to get through that batch. And that's to say nothing of the legislature's propensity to adopt new economic development tax incentives at a rate of about 1 or 2 a year. So I'm sharing that for committee members' consideration. I think I'm not in a place of supporting that recommendation. In fact, I'd like to go in the other direction and get more than 1 done a year. APEGA this year, I think, has committed the resources and has been very flexible and accommodating of accomplishing that goal. So I'd like to see us go in that direction. That's my personal opinion. Representative Terry.
So just so if we do the sort of sorting out of business versus other, there's actually only about 7 or 8 of them. Some I think could be considered more. So I think that this is doable. I think this is certainly doable. Your idea is very doable.
Which idea, Representative?
Of getting more than 1 done a year. Of getting the business ones at least done in a bit of a timely fashion.
Okay.
If you were to separate them out.
Yeah. Okay. So in an effort to help staff capture what we've discussed, maybe I can go through numbers 5 through 9 and try to see if we've got some consensus. So on item 5, the recommendation that we shift economic development reviews from APEGA to DECD, I'm going to say I'm not in favor of that one. Are there folks who are in favor of that? Or could we move this one out? Let me ask it this way. Any objection to moving number 5 out?
No.
Okay. Moving on to number 6. I think that already occurs in GOC, but I think we probably want to speak to GOC. I'm not sure of the mechanism, but we want GOC to prioritize the economic development incentives for full review. Is that a consensus position of the group?
If I could just throw out there, you could perhaps invite a member of the taxation committee to come in and say what we see, as far as our work goes. That would be great.
I think we do that.
I think we do to a degree. I think I think someone always comes to one of your meetings, or at least observes one of your meetings, but having perhaps a small presentation of what we need necessary, maybe something that would help benefit our work for the year, that kind of thing.
So maybe a presentation from OPEGA to tax of the listing that's being recommended, or something like that.
Yeah.
Lucia, that strikes me as a smaller lift. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to note that the current statute does say that the committee, the GOC, in consultation with the policy committee, which is the taxation committee, shall establish the prioritized schedule, and that the annual review of the assignments and schedule is something that is done by the GOC in consultation with tax. So I think just thinking a little bit more carefully about how you want to see that consultation. I think it's been fairly informal in prior years. This all predates me, but to think about, there is a statutory sort of language set there, and you could perhaps think about how you want to operationalize that in a way that involves both committees.
What about the tax committee shall receive and make a recommendation to the GOC on the full evaluation list? Would that help?
Sure. I mean, I guess I'd want to look at the specific, what the statute is now a little more closely. Sure. And think about, yes, it could be a little bit more prescriptive about what, what the tax committee, again, I think it, though, runs into issues. So again, it's this timing thing, right? Tax isn't meeting. We're going to present the annual update of what's been enacted, repealed, and categories and schedule. We're slated to present that to the GOC at your next meeting in November.
Right.
And so and then how do you then get the tax isn't meeting right now? So then when do you not approve it until their meeting, and when they get to it? So yeah, it's tricky.
It is tricky.
Can I ask a quick question of Julie? Do we have a number of meetings that we've been approved for, correct?
No.
No. Okay.
A request, it's necessary to make a request to the presiding officer, and the taxation committee has not made a request this session.
We'll work on that.
While I have the microphone, though, could I just get a clarification from Senator Libby on his initial suggestion for the provision with regard to item 6 would be for the Government Oversight Committee to prioritize. Did you say economic development incentives for full review, or do you mean all of the things that are subject to full review?
I think I'm hearing consensus from members present that we want more done on the economic development incentives, because that's where more policymakers' attention seems to be going anyway. So to clarify, I was referring to economic development incentives.
Thank you.
Yeah. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to say that I have no objection to the consensus about the priority being more towards economic development. But again, the avenue to work on this and to have the input of taxation and GOC is at the subcommittee. So I would just have it noted that that would be my opinion, that it would go through the subcommittee and that that would be a way for taxation and GOC to do their consultation.
Thank you, Senator. Julie.
Yes? You ready to move on?
Oh, your hand was raised. I'm sorry. I thought you.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't lower it. I apologize.
Sounds like we're developing consensus around the subcommittee model as a way to take on some of this work. So I think we've been thinking about a few tasks they're going to undertake. One is tackling the project of old tax expenditures that have no evaluation criteria. A second suggestion was them setting or making a recommendation. I think ultimately GOC should be setting the calendar because GOC is charged by statute with directing OPEGA. So I think the final vote rests with GOC in my opinion. But the subcommittee could be a vehicle for getting more substantial consultation from tax on that review schedule. Is that a consensus that we may have?
Mr. Chair, yes, I was thinking the subcommittee would make recommendations.
Okay. Representative Miller.
I concur with Senator Bailey's interpretation. I think it's an appropriate vehicle with the biennial implications of that committee's work stretching over session and non-session time and meeting Lucia's need for timing for recommendations to GOC. I think it's a good vehicle and we ought to use it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that sounds like we've got consensus on that piece. On number 8, the recommendation for 1 year, one evaluation a year. I mean, I'm not in favor of that. I'd like us to do more than that. So we could either leave that out, or we could discuss some other frequency. Do folks have an opinion on that? Representative Miller.
I'm open to a different approach to an arbitrary 1 per year period. I'm wondering if when you commented on it earlier, you had maybe a thought of a maximum number of full reviews and limiting the number of economic development reviews to 1 per year. Is there a way to address the capacity that Lucia has and wants to keep open and not arbitrarily limit? If we were to limit the number of economic development full reviews to 1 and have a larger descriptor of the full agenda for full reviews without it being limited to 1 period.
Yeah.
That's something you have a thought on that you could express it a lot more than I do.
Thank you, Representative. I think when this whole process was established 5 years ago, OPEGA was given a 6-year time frame to do everything. And then a few years ago, OPEGA told us that's not working. So we removed that requirement entirely. So after a few years, it was do the review when you can, which caused some to take a long time. And then we're kind of coming back now in the other direction, saying we want them done more quickly. So my feeling is maybe we leave this piece alone for now. The OPEGA this year is already move these things more quickly, which I'm grateful for, and they've not required statute to do that. I think if our work as a working group is successful and we establish evaluation criteria for all the tax expenditures on the onset, that helps expedite things. If we take care of the data sharing issue, that helps things. Some have mentioned hiring additional staff. That certainly helps things. So maybe what I'm getting at is maybe we leave this piece silent, and some of the other changes we recommend help get the information to the policymakers more quickly. Is that a fair statement, Lucia? Sorry to call on you out of the blue. And
Oh, that's okay. I just wasn't expecting it. A fair statement in terms of, I guess.
Not a crazy statement, I guess.
Not a crazy statement, a balanced statement.
Yeah.
Yes, I think staying silent on it provides the flexibility, like you said, we, for instance, provides that flexibility. I think also what you noted about setting things up to be more ready for evaluation will speed things up. Addressing data, not only data sharing with MRS, but getting the data we need collected on the people receiving the tax credits, whether it's by MRS or other entities, will be helpful moving forward, and the potentially having additional resources, particularly around this potential for more demands during session for super quick preliminary research. Yes, but I think that makes sense.
Thank you. And I think MRS did note that having the GOC and maybe whoever's deciding on the schedule be mindful of the sunset dates. You and I, Lucia, have talked about incorporating that into the table that gets reviewed by GOC on the schedule, but I think that piece could just be done internally. We can note it as a recommendation of the report, but I think folks would say that makes sense. Looking at the sunset, considering that in establishing the schedule. Okay. Are there any other items in this group that members want to talk about or want to have included in the report? Report draft, rather. How about from Maine Revenue Services? I'd be curious just to get a little more information. Their number 7 recommendation is focus more on empirical and survey findings, less on administrative audit functions. If there's someone from Maine Revenue Service that might just expand on that a little bit, I'm not sure I understand the points being made. Go ahead, Dr. Allen.
There's quite a lag with that. There we go, with the camera. I think we had noted in the testimony that OPEGA has sort of this dual mission on these evaluations, one being sort of an audit and another being a policy. And we understand the audit portion of that, and I think like they do, a good analysis of the administrative resources being put into the program. Are the administrative resources excessive given the magnitude of the benefit that's being provided, that sort of thing. But we've also found that can be a significant portion of the report, and that can require quite a bit of time commitment on our part in some cases. I mean, again, if the purpose of the evaluation is to determine if the legislature, the legislation the legislature has put in place is achieving its tax policy objectives, Seems to me that should be the bulk of the report and not necessarily, you know, how MRS is administering it, unless there's just some big concern about the cost or concerns about that we're not properly administering it and it's costing a loss of revenue in excess of what that should be, or something like that.
Thank you for the clarification. Lucia?
I guess I just wanted to add in terms of, you know, how OPEGA views these evaluations is definitely much broader than an audit. And I think more and more that it's more purely program evaluation, which includes both to the extent possible, we look at outcomes and impacts of the tax policy. How is this, what are the outcomes for the recipients, for other stakeholders and related entities? What are the impacts more broadly to the state when we can assess that? And I think more than a sort of traditional audit, what we're doing on the other side, which is an important part of any program evaluation, is looking at process and implementation. So how, especially if, say, if multiple agencies are involved, or how is data being collected? How is the program being administered in a sort of a more holistic way than a specific audit function? I think we look a bit more broadly, and I feel like, as you'll see in the ones that we're coming up with now, it's, I think we'd like the ability to, if there is an audit issue that arises, to have that, but that's really, these are much more traditional program evaluations, which will include process, impact, and outcomes to the extent possible.
Right. Okay. Thank you both for the clarification. I'll share my personal opinion, which is I view OPEGA not performing sort of a simple audit, but kind of a performance audit. It's a bigger picture analysis. So I'm sort of in the camp of keeping things as they are, because I am interested in seeing how things are administered and whether it's effective, and balancing that against the money that's going out the door to try to stimulate certain activities. So if there are other folks who feel differently, who do want OPEGA to just focus on the tax policy component, I guess I'd like to hear that from members. Okay, I think we will stay silent on that one. So Julie and Lucia, do you need a recap of where we are on section 5 through 9?
If you're able to do a recap, it's always helpful. Even when we think we have things, maybe sometimes we don't.
Sure.
Actually, Senator Libby, can I just throw in number 10 is in the same area? Maybe we should throw that one in there as well.
Yeah. So let me try to recap. I think we are going to not incorporate number 5. So number 5 is out. I think number 6 we've discussed as the subcommittee providing a recommendation to a GOC on the review schedule. And I think the report should speak to both GOC and the subcommittee prioritizing economic development incentives as defined in statute. On number 7, I think we are going to leave that recommendation out. On number 8, I think we're going to leave that recommendation out. On number 9, I think that recommendation should be in. And on number 10, I think that recommendation should be in.
We kind of discussed that earlier with the subcommittee, with the thought of the subcommittee having that be part of their work.
Right. And I think probably one of the head scratchers for staff is who's going to do all these different pieces. And so I think the working group would be okay with maybe the staff working with the chairs to suss that out a little bit more once we've digested it. And we'll come back to this group for review, if that's all right. Representative Kryzak, you're on mute.
That'll be 2 weeks from today?
Correct.
Okay.
And then beyond what was covered in 5 through 10, a couple other things I noted. Well, I guess noting that when a tax credit sunsets is a factor in deciding what gets evaluated and when. And then the other discussion point was the potential for OPEGA having an additional analyst staff to do more work more quickly. Any objection or any amendment to what I've just laid out? Representative Millett?
Mute Representative Millett.
On your last point, Senator, could we, in response to number 5, moving that out, could we look at the appropriation for that external contracted review and possibly utilize savings from that to focus on additional OPEGA staff?
Yeah, I'm open to that. I think DECD would probably have an opinion on that. And the thought that I offered as a counterpoint was maybe members think about, does the DECD project serve a different purpose, which is looking at the entire system of tax breaks and how they interrelate, because I think we all agree that OPEGA's charge is to look at them individually, and that has value. So I'm not opposed to the suggestion. I'm just noting that that might be an alternative way to think about it. Julie's raised her hand.
Yes, there isn't a specific appropriation for the DECD evaluation. There is actually a separate fund set up in statute that requires that when DECD grants or when the state grants certain economic development financial incentives, not tax expenditures, but grants or assistance of some kind to individuals applying for them, that a small percentage of that amount is held back and put into a dedicated fund, I've forgotten what it's called, administered by DECD, which is used to fund this evaluation. They can't take a percentage of a tax credit and put it into that fund. But the actual expenditures of money, a percentage goes into that fund. We do have Phoenix McLaughlin attending on the attendee list and could maybe give you more information about that. I'm not sure. I tried to track down what had happened with this year's funding, and I'm not sure if I got an answer. But Mr. McLaughlin may have more information if you want to pull him in for that.
Sure. Yeah. If you'd like, I can.
Good afternoon. Go right ahead.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Julian. Thanks, Senator. Yeah, just specifically on the fund. Yeah, it is a separate fund, and the money is in there for the fund. Just the way the statute is set up, it caps the amount of money that can be spent per year on the evaluation. So what happened and why the original RFP for the evaluation didn't go through is that all of the proposals received exceeded that statutory limit. So that's why that didn't go forward. We're currently in the process of planning to reissue the RFP with the more narrow scope, although we could maybe slow that down a little bit depending on what this committee decides to do with the fund, since it would be a multi-year contract. But that's just a word about that fund. And happy to answer any other questions you have.
Thank you. Representative Miller.
I would like to withdraw my suggestion, given that the focus of the work group probably does not enter into a budgetary transaction arena. So it was just a thought, and I've learned a little bit about the funding and the authorization in DECD. So I'll withdraw my comment.
Okay. Further questions or comments for Phoenix while he's in the room?
Yeah, I do.
Representative Kryzak.
So with what we're thinking about doing in order to change and make things better, do we still need to go to an outside contractor? Phoenix?
Thanks, Representative. I feel like there's maybe multiple angles to that question. I think, I mean, for one, we are by statute, we are required to do that currently. Right. So we will do that, assuming that the funding situation hasn't changed. I think stepping back and thinking whether that's, the right way to do it structurally, I think that's maybe a bigger question. I think the original suggestion was just that knowing that is already required by statute to consider OPEGA's work, in light of that, not that it would replace it. I think I agree with what most of you have said, that it's not a one-for-one type of thing. But so I mean, I think the hope is that they could be complementary. That process, having an independent contractor will, it is a third party. I think that's an advantage over having just something totally in-house. And so there is an advantage there, but I think it is kind of a bigger question on, structurally, if that's the right way to do it or not. I think there's probably more than one angle there.
So you don't see it as it being done twice? You're doing something different by going outside than what we're asking OPEGA to do?
Well, I think, thanks. I think that is the concern, especially because some of the language in the statute does, at least to my eyes, seem to replicate what OPEGA typically does. I mean, it references, fundamentally just making sure that each of these programs is meeting its goals and that were established by the legislature. And that, as far as I understand it, is typically kind of the bread and butter of the OPEGA reports. So I don't think, I think the answer is that we might need to do a little more work, meaning, DECD, as we issue the RFP, kind of talking to OPEGA about this as well, just to make sure that it's not overlapping, especially given that the time frame of this report is over the next couple of years. And if you're also trying to have OPEGA focus on the economic development incentives specifically over the next couple of years, then we certainly don't want it to be a perfect Venn diagram of the two circles overlapping entirely. So we might need to talk a little bit more about that, maybe just even at the staff level, to kind of figure out what what is best where, because I do agree with the general idea that, the perspective is different. It's a contractor hired through the executive branch as opposed to, staff working for the legislative branch. And that's a different perspective fundamentally, but so hopefully we can find a way to make it complementary instead.
So is it possible for us to take some of the load off Pega to get what we need from them and put it into the contract and change the way you put the contract out? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, and in fact, I think that would be, optimal if we can sort out what that needs to be exactly.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Phoenix, I guess I was thinking about your project differently. I mean, that probably was a bill passed in a different committee directing the ECD to do this project. Is that a fair statement?
As far as I know, yes.
Yeah. So it was not an administration initiative. It was legislature directing them.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. As far as I know, yeah.
I guess I'd want to throw out there, I noted your comment to be reviewing tax expenditure programs in isolation overlooks interrelationships and does not permit broad policy considerations. So taking the opportunity to task this third party with helping answer that question, I think would be a completely different set of work. Well, perhaps not completely, but fairly substantially different work than what we task OPEGA with. And so perhaps that could be considered as you revise the RFP. If DECD wants to undertake that project, I think that has great value to all of us and maybe has less overlap with what OPEGA is engaged in. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I think that is potentially true, but at the same time, one of the points in the statute does say that, it talks about individual activities and programs and reviewing the goals and how each of those programs is matching those goals. And that the language is specific enough that I'm not sure if there's a good way to kind of leave that out and just focus on the bigger picture and just the interrelationships, if that makes sense.
I feel like perhaps the IDEA committee didn't have as full a picture of the existing evaluation programs when they passed the bill. I guess I'm taking a guess on that. Maybe it's worth revisiting with them in the upcoming session. Representative Krizak.
Can't we put in legislation to change it? This committee?
We could. That would be quite presumptuous of us. So I'm not saying we couldn't.
Well, from our findings, it makes sense.
Yeah, sure. I think we can have conversations to grease the skids potentially for that outcome.
Was the legislation put in by the IDEA committee or was it put in by a legislator?
I assume it was a legislator and it was heard by IDEA committee, but
okay.
But that's my assumption. Okay. So I want to bring further questions for Phoenix. Seeing none, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
I do want to ask the working group probably the most important question of this process, which is it's almost 12 o'clock, and how would you like us to proceed the rest of the day? The two options are pause our work for the day and resume at our fourth and final meeting, or take a lunch break and plow through the second half of our chart.
I could be here this afternoon, but I'll have to do it on my phone. I have to go back to work at 1:30.
Okay. Representative Terry.
I was just going to suggest, I believe we're all at a place where we can grab a bite relatively quickly. If I'm mistaken with that, let me know. But I think it's important that if possible, we get our work done today, so the chairs have time to help with the tweaking, and Lucia and Julie have time to get a report pulled together so we actually can get our work done next week or in a couple of weeks before our deadline. So if possible, if we can take, like 20 minutes, a half an hour. I don't know how everybody feels about that. If that's long enough. I would hate to having Representative Kryzak go to work with with us in his ear. Makes me uncomfortable. I've seen it happen before. I'd rather him focus on his job.
And my headphones aren't working.
Yeah.
All right, so there was a proposal to take a 30-minute break, reconvene at 12:30. Any objection? Okay. So we'll put the working group at ease, and we will, I think we need to, I guess the live stream will stay on.
Yeah.
We'll put the working group at ease. We'll come back at 12:30.
Yeah. So everyone should mute and turn your camera off as well.
Thank you for the reminder.
I'm going to throw my blender on, so.
See you all shortly.
Okay. So as folks start to walk back in, if you can turn your camera on so we know that who's here and that we're all here that we need, or who needs to be here, that is.
A question for the chairs, how many people do we need for a quorum?
I was just thinking that myself, Senator Bailey.
Five.
Five.
Okay.
We need one more, huh?
Yeah, let me just text Representative Kryzak. It looks like he's texting me right back.
In the interest of everyone's time, I think we can get started if we're not taking formal actions. And the full group will get to review any final product. So I think it's okay to start, even if we don't have a form.
I agree with you, Senator Libby.
Okay.
And I think Representative Kryzak will jump on in a minute or two.
Okay. And I will have to step out here in a moment. So when my video turns off, Representative Terry, I'm glad to give you the virtual gavel for the rest of the afternoon if you'd like, or if you're willing to step in, whatever your preference.
Yep. Absolutely, that's fine.
Do you want to take the virtual gavel?
Oh, now? Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Go for it.
All right. So I think we can jump right in since we've introduced ourselves already. And I believe, Julie, we're on number 11 from your suggested suggestions list. So if you're all set, we can jump right in.
Sure. Number 11 was a discussion point that came out of the working group's discussion at previous meetings, which sort of revolve around a number of the things that you've already discussed already. This is a point at which there'll be some overlap, so they may look like some repetition, but number 11 asks questions. Should, let's then to the topic of OPEGA resources. Should staff numbers be increased to permit more rapid review? Should OPEGA have tax expenditure review dedicated staff rather than staff who do both tax expenditure review and program review?
Representative Terry?
Yes.
I think I heard Lucia say earlier that she prefers having flexibility to assign analysts to different projects depending on what's before them. So I think I would oppose recommending that separation. However, I would be in favor of this group recommending to the legislature that they appropriate additional funds to hire additional tax expenditure analysts based on the volume of work ahead of them and you know our group's request to try to get more information in different formats more quickly. So I just want to offer that as a suggestion for how we tackle 11.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that. I do yeah, any other thoughts on that actually? Representative Millett?
I agree with the recommendation for additional staff. without specifying that staff that we might achieve be limited to tax evaluations.
Sorry, Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also agree, again, just somewhere in the recommendation, I would like to state that again, if they, assuming they get additional staff, that they would be, I don't know what the term would be, but the primary for staffing the subcommittee, given that they would have additional staff in order to do that. Not saying, again, that these people have to be designated. I understand the need for flexibility, but just kind of that, noting that understanding that that's part of the duties that we're envisioning that they would need additional staff for.
So Senator Bailey, are you thinking a specific person or somebody with a specific set of expertise, or just generally speaking, an additional person?
I think generally speaking, I mean, I would defer to the director's, appointment in terms of who that should be. And again, I understand and agree with her need to have some flexibility as to how she moves staff around. So I would defer to Lucia.
Julie?
Thank you. I wasn't, when Senator Libby mentioned the proposal for favoring additional money for additional analyst, whether he mentioned, I'm not sure whether he said one analyst or whether he wanted to in any way identify how many staff.
I did not give a number.
Okay. So
Lucia, do you have a number in mind, or is it just an additional body?
I'd like to give that some thought. And
sure.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If Shane is listening, I'm wondering if he can offer just some quick numbers on staffing for similar states, states similar to Maine in terms of population.
Sure. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Good. So I had to switch to phone since my the internet was lagging a bit, but we did receive some additional or some more specific information from states like Washington. They have a somewhat of a similar process where they work with a commission to set evaluation parameters and schedule, and work with the Joint Legislative Audit Review Committee to produce reports. So though they do certainly evaluate a higher volume of incentives, back when they started this work in, I believe, 2006 or 2007, the state only had, I think, one or two, I think a handful or two evaluation or staff that were dedicated to evaluations. But as the number of reviews grew in the state, they once they approached their second round of evaluations, they added considerably more staff to their to do that work. So I believe they're now up to somewhere close to 14 staff. That's a considerable amount. They don't all work on the same tax incentives. So I believe a few analysts with JLARC lead a handful of evaluations, and then they have other support staff that help them on that work for each set of reviews. Colorado, as I mentioned during my earlier presentation, had expanded the number of staff to support their evaluations. They started with approximately 3 or 3.5 full-time employees, but had expanded that to where I believe they now have approximately 7 staff to complete their reports. So those are some of the more specific details. I know that states like Indiana have also expanded their, the resources that they needed to complete these reviews as well. So there is precedent for different offices that have found value in these incentive reviews to add more staff to the roster.
And Shane, that is just for tax expenditure review, correct?
Yes. I believe that some of the folks in Washington might focus on other items as well, but they do provide support, that expanded number. They do provide support to the expenditure reviews.
Okay, great, thank you. Lucia, you're all set? Okay. Any other comments on number 11? Okay, so Julie, let's maybe hit up number 12 next.
In number 12, we're moving on to comments on the overall process, where you will see some duplication again as well. Number 12, working group should consider legislature's general purpose, intent, and priorities for the tax expenditure review process itself. So I think this is sort of essentially a suggestion that the working group, or perhaps your subcommittee, if it moves beyond the working group, should look at maybe reevaluate what the goal is with having OPEGA do tax expenditure reviews. It would involve what are the priorities and the balancing act between output, resources, and scope of work while ensuring quality is maintained. It's basically, as the category says, an overall process look at how the process is going, I guess, and whether things are being prioritized appropriately in terms of dedication of resources. Um, 13 is kind of the same sort of process, suggesting that perhaps there should be a review of the statute of review to is it set up to guide the process, review the statutory language set up to guide the process before we had experience with the reviews. I think it's indicating that because the language, most of it dates back to before we actually had any reviews, review it now to determine whether the statutory language that frames the review should be revised to clarify needs and expectations, consider degree of specificity and evaluation process requirements compared to other OPEGA reviews.
Lucia, you have a thought on those? You're muted.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Being these ones were ones that OPEGA provided, I just thought I'd just offer to answer any questions about them. But also, I think that first one was really just an opening piece in my in OPEGA's report to you or presentation to you about taking a look at, and I think you've been talking about that throughout your discussions today about balancing these different things. So I think that's happening. And I think specifically on number 13, it was partly looking at, as GOC members will be familiar with, there is a very detailed list of evaluation objectives that are to be included in every evaluation. And it just seemed like now that you've done a series of them, it just seemed like a wise time, perhaps either this group or that if you are able to move forward with a subcommittee to sort of look at that, look at the list of parameters that are set forth in statute and whether they're the right ones, the level of detail is right. So I just wanted to point, it's really a specific part of the statute was trying to highlight there.
And we talked a little earlier about standardizing questions. This really goes right to that, correct? Yeah. So I don't know if we need to, I don't know if we need to mush these together or if they're already part of some of our suggestions from earlier on. I'll let Julie and Lucia maybe throw that out there as far as writing the report goes. Do we want to reiterate that again, or do we want to go back to the data collection part and add it to that? Or is it already added to that? I think I have it in my notes as it's already been added. That standardized group of questions, Lucia.
So what I was just noting is that, for instance, there is an overlap, right? Because the statute right now says prior to the beginning of each evaluation, the GOC shall approve the following for each tax expenditure, and that's the purpose, intent, and goals of the expenditure, the intended beneficiaries, and then the evaluation objectives. So one of the overlaps is in, right now there's this process for the GOC to approve the purpose, intent, and goals, and part of, I think, what you were talking about earlier is getting it clear in the statutes that frame these expenditures, that there's a clear purpose, intent, and goals, and maybe statement of the beneficiaries there. So I think there is overlap with that. On the what are these specific evaluation questions to be answered is, I don't think is something that we've talked about, that you've talked about earlier today.
No, we have not. Yeah.
But just put that into the mix as, yeah.
Okay, anybody have thoughts on that? Representative Millett?
For both 12 and 13, I would be completely comfortable if Lucia had any language that she would like included in the working group report, and defer to her on any needed changes in either the statutory or the procedural approaches that we take under those two items.
Senator Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Adding to Representative Millett's request, would it help OPEGA if the language and statute were loosened up a bit so that OPEGA may, or GOC may direct OPEGA to evaluate these parameters? Because we've run into some roadblocks in past reviews trying to answer a question the statute requires us to, but not having data, if I recall correctly. So Lucia, do you have any comment on that?
Sure, yeah. So the statute right now requires the GOC to approve this list of, I don't know, 10 to 15 parameters. And yes, there has been some challenges in the past. And I think also just some learning about what works and what makes sense. I think there's a strong value in having a structural framework in the statute so that these evaluations are approached in from a similar framework and at a foundational level. But I think it would benefit, would add some benefit to be able to have it be more permissive and perhaps broader, not as specific. So I think we could do some work to move in that direction, even in a small way, could be beneficial.
So to help with Representative Millett's request, maybe Lucia could work with the chairs over the next 2 weeks to try to capture the flavor of what we're getting from the committee and see if that might be acceptable.
Is that good with everyone? Yeah. Okay, terrific. All right, Julie. 14.
(14), 15, and 16 are all a result of Pew's testimony at the previous meeting. I think their list, part of their list of considerations that should be taken in terms of how a process of evaluation works. So 14, and they're in the form of questions. 14 is, does the scope of the evaluation process reflect legislative priorities and evaluator capacity? 15 is the process suitably linked with policymaking And 16 is, does the review schedule yield maximum benefit? Those are things that you have been considering already today, but this is the specific identification of those considerations.
And any thoughts on that? Senator Libby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think these are great questions to help guide this whole process. I don't know that we necessarily need to come up with specific answers for 14, 15, and 16. Or sorry, yeah, 14, 15, 16 at this moment. I think we've touched on all three through this conversation.
Yeah, and I think that they can be worked into Lucia answer or coming up with the policy for 12 and 13. Those can be worked directly into those. Okay. All right. And everybody's okay with that, with working those questions into Lucia's report? Yep, okay. So Julie, it looks like we're on 17.
17 is also kind of a general overall review of the process question. Should the roles of the Government Oversight Committee and Tax be considered in review of OPEGA final reports? I think maybe this may come up in the context of something, a situation of the question has arisen from time to time about how far the Government Oversight Committee should go along the road of review. When the tax expenditure review process was first being proposed, I think the idea was that the role of the Government Oversight Committee was to essentially review the report and the process to determine whether they thought that OPEGA had done an appropriate job in terms of coming up with their evaluation, and that the question of the impact on tax policy would be one that would be a question for the Taxation Committee once the report went there. I know that it has been a struggle sometimes for the Government Oversight Committee to let go of something which they've gotten heavily into it. I know, for instance, in the most recent one that the Government Oversight Committee transmitted to the Taxation Committee was the seed capital credit. And I know that the Government Oversight Committee, as a result of the OPEGA report, identified that there was some additional information that they still needed to have or felt like they wanted to have from FAME, but it was related to tax policy issues rather than review. So the report has been transmitted to the Taxation Committee for its work, but the Government Oversight Committee is still going to be hearing from FAME to get additional information about from FAME about, I don't know whether it's a data collection. I've forgotten now exactly what the issue is, but that's sort of part of the question is, at what point does the Government Oversight Committee let go and turn it over to the Taxation Committee? Sometimes the report goes, but the Government Oversight Committee still seems to want to have some further involvement in the actual policy issues.
And Senator Libby, yes.
Thank you. Well, I try never to disagree with Julie's assessment of things, because she's one of the sharpest folks I've met in the legislature. I would suggest that OPEGA's seed capital work fell more in program evaluation territory when it came to follow-up questions. The substance of that follow-up was around getting the Finance Authority of Maine to respond with a management plan for dealing with all the deficiencies that were uncovered through the OPEGA report. So to me, that was more in program administration versus tax policy land. And then the committee decided not to draft legislation to make amendments, but instead, I think is transmitting something or intends to transmit something to tax for them to work through on the tax policy front. So I sit on both committees. I'm unique in that sense. I don't know that that process that I just described is laid out very clearly. I think it's up to committees to make those judgments. Whether we tighten that up and restrict the activities of one committee or the other, I don't know. I don't know if that's a big challenge we've identified yet or a problem that needs solving. But that's my opinion.
Any other thoughts? I will say that I too had, I guess issues is not the right word, but I sat in on one of the capital credit report committee meetings with GOC, and did notice that the questions were digging deeper into policy versus the report itself, which I appreciate. Because you can't get to the answer without really digging all the way through to the root of it. And I will just go back again to throw in that subcommittee, to throw in a plug-in for a subcommittee, because I think that something like that in particular, and the questions that were asked of that are really best sussed out with multiple members of different committees sharing the information, sharing the concerns, and sharing the report out at the end of the day. So that being said, when we go back to that question, should the roles of GOC and tax be considered in review of the final reports? I think as of now, that is the intent, correct? To have that be the case no matter what. But how we go about doing that, does anybody have any thoughts on that? Senator Libby? Just keep unmuting yourself. I'm gonna keep it.
I didn't even think about it. I think it's important for GOC members to be able to ask whatever question under the sun they want to ask to help in the evaluation process. I understand where a tax committee member feels ownership over, tax policy development. I don't want GOC members to have to stop and consider, does the question I want to ask, does that go into tax committee policy? That to me, I don't know how we address that issue, but I think the statute allows GOC to introduce legislation on anything that we deal with. But if we want to say that on tax expenditure review reports, it's only the tax committee that can introduce legislation, I don't see a problem with that, if that helps with the division of labor.
So in other reports that you receive, that GOC receives from OPEGA, when it comes time for, if there are times for recommendations, does GOC have the opportunity to submit legislation, or do they need to go through their other committees?
I think legislation is introduced to a policy committee. So,
okay.
But Lucia can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Lucia, you're on mute.
Right now I was just looking at the tax expenditure statute. So just to get everyone up to speed. So when the report is first presented to the GOC reviews the report and then goes through its process. They may have follow-up questions related to the report. They get public comment on the report, and then the GOC eventually votes on whether to endorse the report. And then the GOC submits to the taxation committee a record of that vote and comments or actions recommended by the GOC. That gets submitted to tax. And then the tax committee is required by statute to review the results of the evaluation and the GOC's review. And then the policy committee is required to submit to the legislature by a certain deadline, a report documenting its activities in terms of receiving and reviewing the results of the reviews. So there's statute currently sets out a role for both. It does explicitly say that the taxation committee may submit a bill to the legislature to implement recommendations related to these reports. I need to go back and look at the specific language on the Government Oversight Committee. The Government Oversight Committee does not have the authority, does not process bills in terms of hearings and work sessions, but does have certain authority around submitting legislation. I just want to check the actual language before volunteering that off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. So as far as answering this question in our bits of in our suggestion for our report, perhaps we should hold off on this one for a minute until we get some clarifying language from you, Lucia. Does that sound okay?
Okay.
Okay, Julie, number 18.
18 is one that overlaps with the discussion that you had previously. It's referring to the relationship between the OPEGA, the tax expenditure review statutes and the DECD economic development evaluation statutes.
Okay, okay.
Madam Chair.
Senator Libby.
Julie, what was the enactment date of that? Part of the
DECD?
Yeah.
Process, the enactment date.
Was it 2015, 14, or was it before that?
It was before that.
So it was not expressly tied to the 2014, 2015 tax expenditure review process, I guess is my question.
No.
All right, I don't need an exact date then. I just wanted to see if they were connected or not. So they're not connected.
They are not connected. I do not. It's going to require me to get different books out or different search on the internet, because the current statute regarding the economic development, the DECD review was replacement. It was the result of a repeal and replace of a former statute. So I know when the current statute 13070P was enacted in 2017, but it was replacing a different section which had a review process in it. So that's not the date, the origin of the review process.
So I would offer, if we are able to maybe come up with a super quick preliminary research mechanism, that we could recommend to the legislature this statute be repealed. Even if it stays on the books, nobody seems to be paying attention to it. I would guess if the ECD were asked, they'd say they really don't have capacity to do this, which is why they haven't. And even if they were able to do it, I come back to the fact that OPEGA has the independent nonpartisan lens, whereas DECD has a lens that may shift slightly from administration to administration. So that's my recommendation, is we could recommend to the legislature this get repealed.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Libby, just for clarification, are you referring to just 13070-P? Is that what you're referring to, that you would recommend be repealed?
I don't have the statute in front of me, but I'm suggesting this neglected statute requiring DECD to do this activity.
Okay.
That activity go away.
Okay, so there's two. There's O, which is referred to here, and that's the one requiring DECD to do an evaluation of a proposal. So it's for pending legislation. And then there's P, which is the one to bring in the outside consultant and do the evaluation of all investment. So again, which one are you suggesting we recommend be repealed?
13070-O.
So the one about pending legislation.
Correct.
All right.
I think Representative Pryzak thought about striking the second one, and I suggested that might be presumptuous of us to reach into the idea committee and what they just worked on.
And I did find the date of enactment of it was 1999, or no, actually probably 2000 from the chapter number.
So I have a follow-up question, Madam Chair, if I might.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. So if we repealed O, I'm just going to call it O for simplicity's sake, would the taxation committee still have other resources that could get them this information, this laundry list of information for pending legislation?
We do. We have OPEGA has been very helpful with getting us this information in the last few, at least, major credits that we've put in the books. So yes, I think that we definitely have an option.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing is for 18 is that we repeal O. We repealed the statute -O, keep P, knowing that we have other options through OPEGA to get the information that we need for pending legislation. Does that sound amenable to everybody?
I think you captured it well. The thing I just remembered is on P, we had an idea of maybe suggesting that P be tweaked a little bit to focus on how the credits interrelate with one another. And that perhaps by doing that, there will be less overlap with these two projects.
But again, not wanting to step on the idea committee, we will just make that a suggestion versus part of our report, correct? Or in the report, but a suggestion to idea.
Yeah, I think we are focused on drafting the report, and we've got the ability to introduce legislation. We can talk about that at meeting number 4. For the report, I would say recommend to the legislature repealing O and recommend to the legislature that P be amended. Does that make sense?
It does. Lucia.
I was just going to get back to you on the other question when it's the right time about the submission of legislation. So.
Okay, terrific. I'll have you hold on that for 1 sec while we see what Representative Kryzak wants to throw in there. And Ted, you're on mute right now. Maybe we'll come back to Representative Kryzak. Lucia, you want to jump into that?
Sure. I just wanted to make sure I checked a few places because there are several different provisions. So in terms of the Government Oversight Committee's authority to submit legislation, there are 2 relevant provisions in statute. One is that the GOC may report out to the legislature legislation to implement the findings and recommendations of any program evaluation report that is presented to the GOC by the office.
Okay.
And then with specific reference to the tax expenditure evaluations, there is the committee may submit to the legislature any legislation it considers necessary to improve the process or availability of data for the review of the tax expenditures. So that's about the process and the data, and the other piece is about any program evaluation that we do, whether it's tax or non-tax.
Okay, so for tax specific, it's to improve essentially the reporting process or data collection, and for everything, GOC is allowed to report recommendations for legislation.
And yes, and in the tax piece, I should mention, there's also specific language that says the taxation committee, after it's reviewed and received the reports, may submit a bill related to it. It's convoluted. It says may submit a bill related to the report to the legislature. And that report is the report the tax has prepared upon reviewing the evaluation reports.
Okay. I think I understand that. Does everybody else understand that? Because I don't really want to repeat it.
That's on the expedited reviews. So
Right,
once,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, all right, terrific. Okay, it looks like we maybe lost Representative Kryzak, so when he gets back, we'll have him ask his question. So next up is part 19, Julie, the but for, my favorite question.
They included this one because it had been mentioned a couple of times during the discussion in terms of some tax expenditures have provisions in them that say that the applicant may only receive the incentive if they can demonstrate that a certain activity would not have happened but for the existence of the tax expenditure. There has always been a lot of criticism of that requirement, and a number of agencies have indicated that the difficulty of demonstrating how one verifies that the recipient actually wouldn't have done the desired activity without the existence of the incentive is very difficult. So I don't know whether that's something you all want to comment on, but it was something that came up in the discussions in a number of instances.
So I wonder if we have, if we've sort of covered that with the Part P, having DECD still having the authority to do these review processes, if that sort of fits right into that particular but for question. It feels to me like it does, and sort of takes GOC and taxation, well, the expenditure review process in general, sort of takes that out of it and puts it in the hands of DECD's report on their sort of umbrella package of how things work for all of these companies. Does anybody else have thoughts on that? Thumbs up. Okay. All right, terrific. So I think if we can probably scratch that out of our report or add it to the part where we recommend. I don't know if it would make sense to add that to the part of the Part P recommendation. Yeah, throw it in there. So we can throw it in there. That's one of the reasons that we like the DECD reporting so much, is because they can answer that but for question. Lucia.
I just wanted to note, and I'll capture this as I work through the specific requirements for what the GOC looks at, and the evaluation objectives. Again, it's permissive about what it may include an assessment of, but I just wanted to note that it is that but for requirement is also currently as one aspect that may be included in the OPEGA evaluations. And just to note that similarly, it is challenging because we're often looking at one individual expenditure.
Yeah, okay. Any other thoughts on that? All right. This is the easiest but for question I think we've ever answered. Okay. Let's see, still one more for the overall process. So Julie, number 20. Oops, you're on mute, Julie.
I was trying to unmute myself, but I actually muted myself. I get confused because when I click on the thing up there, it says mute, and I get confused as to whether that's telling me that I am mute or whether that's telling me that I need to mute. Anyway, We all get it eventually, right? Thank you for helping me. Item 20 is also sort of part of the general consideration that you've talked about quite a bit already. Raises a question, is there a way to address the overlap of OPEGA, DECD, MRS, and other agencies review, given that there's OPEGA review, DECD review, some of the things that OPEGA reviews, Maine Revenue Services does the Red Book, and other agencies may also be involved in some parts of this in terms of reviewing things that end up being tax expenditures, but are also closely connected to what a lot of other agencies do, which kind of raises a general issue. Well, no, I'll raise it under the next category.
So we've this has been part of the conversation sort of all along as well. So I feel like we've probably got it quite covered, but Senator Libby, you have something you want to throw in?
Thanks. I just offer that I think if we adopt the recommendations we've developed so far, we help address a major overlap with MRS and OPEGA on the Red Book. And so I think we'll have accomplished something significant there. Addressing some of what we think should happen with the DECD third-party review should help on that front as well. Question I had for someone who may have the answer is, there are a few tax policy areas that are not in the tax committee's jurisdiction. They are in DECD, the IDEA committee's jurisdiction. And I wondered if anyone knew which those were.
Pine Tree, I believe, is the major one. I can't think of any else off the top of my head, though. Julie?
I can't think of others off the top of my head either. I know in the last, in terms of the IDEA committee and Pine Tree development zones, is bills relating to Pine Tree zones have never come before the taxation committee. They've always gone to the IDEA committee or its predecessors. I know in the last session, there were a couple of bills that went, I think, to the Energy and Natural Resources Committee relating to taxes on property taxes, I think. Maybe not. I'm not sure now, I can't remember. Relating to energy efficiency equipment. So occasionally there are bills that for whatever reason end up going to a different committee than the taxation committee. And I said I wasn't going to talk about it until the next item, but I will talk about it now. In the original development of the tax expenditure review legislation, policy committee was defined to include the policy committee of the legislature that had jurisdiction over the legislation that enacted the tax expenditure. So in that instance, it would have included the IDEA committee, for instance, as a policy committee with regard to Pine Tree zones. However, the statute was changed even before it actually got printed. This was when the draft language was being considered. And it was changed to provide that policy committee means the taxation committee. So policy committee, in terms of the tax expenditure review statutes under the OPEGA jurisdiction, policy committee refers only to the taxation committee. The taxation committee, for instance, with regard to Pine Tree zones, has always included the IDEA committee. And we made sure they got copies of the report and that they were the ones responding to things primarily rather than the tax committee. There is that sort of little bit of dissonance with regard to policy committee being defined by statute as meaning tax committee, whereas in some instances, the actual policy committee that the legislature assigns to legislation may be a different committee. Rarely, but it happens on occasion.
So I'd pose the question thinking we could come up with an elegant solution to making sure all the right policy committees are involved. But as Julie just laid out, it can get messy. And sometimes bills are referred to different committees in different sessions and there's no rhyme or reason to it. And so my thought about creating a solution for this may be too much of a reach. So unless there are other folks who have ideas, I'd say we let this one sit.
Lucia?
I just wanted to quickly say, and just to reinforce what was said about the fact that OPEGA intentionally and actively communicates with the relevant policy committees besides tax when reviewing whether it's a tax issue or a non-tax issue, that's just part of our practice, is to always provide copies and invite their participation. And so I think in the current statute, with the bigger role that the taxation committee has had has been the expedite reviews and making sure there's this one committee that receives every tax expenditure report. So I just wanted to confirm what we do with the other committees.
Gotcha. Any other thoughts on this? I'm certainly comfortable with letting it sit to sort of suss out proper language. I just got a text from someone that the state of Washington uses the concept of a logic chain to determine where things go. That's very interesting. I haven't had time to fully read it yet, but I'll be happy to share it with the group. Which is, I think, something that we can certainly have can certainly get passed on in our brains for sure when we all want to make sure that we're doing the right thing, but sometimes it doesn't feel like it. Okay, so we'll let that one sit for a few minutes. And so for the area of overall process, Lucia and Julie, do you feel like you have a handle on the answer to all of those questions? Okay, comfy enough? Okay, great.
I think so.
And just going back real quick to the OPEGA resources, I don't know if we had the actual suggestion spelled out for both of you, but I believe the consensus was we are interested in more resources for staffing for OPEGA, and Lucia will hear back from you on a number. Yep, great. Okay, terrific. All right. Policy committees, 21 through 24. Julie, whenever you're ready.
Yes, 21 is a issue that was raised in the FAME presentation. I don't know if we have anybody here from FAME. I'm not really sure what they were intending by this comment or suggestion, but to consider increasing input by the policy committee when suggesting program design or reporting requirement changes. I don't know whether they're suggesting that OPEGA consult the policy committee when suggesting program design or reporting requirement changes. I'm not sure what they were getting at with that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Senator Libby.
when the FAME presented to us, they admitted, they only deal with a couple of these. So I appreciate the comments, but I don't want us to spend a ton of time on this because I think OPEGA does I think a fair job of involving the appropriate policy committees from what I've observed.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I know that they're interested in making sure that they're on the same page with all of these policies. So I would assume that that's one of the reasons that they made that suggestion, which is great. I think that's excellent that they wanna have that involvement. Okay, Julie, number 22.
Number 22 was on the OPEGA comments. So I'm sure you have somebody here who can help you if there's any confusion. Consider options for addressing policy committee needs during session consideration of legislation. The related challenge being timing Policy Committee may want evaluation to support work on a legislation currently before it. A situation where we've had in the last session or two, Policy Committee may want evaluation to support, I read that one. Reports may become available when Policy Committee is fully scheduled with session responsibilities or during interims when meetings are difficult to schedule. So there's really sort of two different things going on there. I think one is I'm going to say Taxation Committee because that's the statutory definition of Policy Committee, that the Taxation Committee, the last couple of sessions, has been wanting to have some sort of evaluation type of input to help them to make decisions with regard to legislation currently before them to amend a current tax expenditure. And the other issue relates to the fact that the timing of the receipt of reports can pose difficulties for the Taxation Committee in terms of their ability to take the time to spend on it. The last 2 years, they've kind of been struggling around fairly high session demands, and generally trying to say, well, once we finish all our bills, we'll look at the tax expenditure review report from OPEGA. But the last couple of years, there really hasn't been any time after they finished all of the review of bills because of COVID issues and the legislature adjourning rather rapidly and not having that sort of traditional end of session time where bill committees are required to have reported out all of their bills, but the House and the Senate are still working on a large volume of legislation. So committees generally don't meet during those last couple of weeks. And I think the committee felt that it would have that time, but then it became apparent that it didn't. So and it was hoped that maybe it might be able to do it during the interim, but then it became apparent that interim time wasn't going to be available. And so the Taxation Committee has not met the deadline for issuing its report on a couple of the recent ones before it. So, and there was legislation that was introduced to try to help that issue in terms of changing the timing dates, but I'm not sure that the new legislation works as it was hoped that it would work either. So I don't know what can be done about that, but there it is. It's an issue.
Senator Libby.
Thank you. What would folks think about carving out Taxation Committee from the other committees and allowing them to meet year-round for this purpose, for receipt, review of reports, and for drafting and passing out legislation?
So I would say, from my perspective, I think we certainly would be better off for that, for sure. Knowing that we need to get approval time for additional meetings. So A, yes, I think that would help. B, I think a subcommittee would also fix that solve that challenge, is having a subcommittee that can meet whenever to be able to go through all of this. I think would also be helpful. And then there's C, which is what Julie was referring to. Either we've tried to come up with a better timeline for reporting out and getting reports. But again, we're in this sort of loop of reporting that kind of makes it more of a challenge for us to be able to switch dates on when things are due, and when things are due from OPEGA and then when things are due from the Policy Committee itself. So that's definitely been a challenge. I think part of, so yeah, I mean, there's A, B, and C, and for myself, I think B would be the ultimate fix, as having a committee that can report to the whole Taxation Committee and to GOC or any other policy committee to be able to to be able to have that focus be on those reports and then reporting out to the folks on the committee with any other questions or concerns, and that those can be done relatively quickly.
Right.
You know, at the end of legislative meetings, at the end of work sessions or public hearings or whatever.
Right. But my thought with carving out taxation committee specifically for this purpose was that they could meet in June when we, you know, if tax asked OPEGA to do a super quick preliminary research in February and they receive it in June, tax committee could meet, receive the information, vote out a bill in a similar way to how AFA is able to continue to meet.
Yeah.
And the same applies for the off session as well.
Yeah.
I don't know that we can create that process for a subcommittee. I don't think a subcommittee can report out.
It could not. So do we want to suggest in our report that taxation have the ability to meet year round? Yes.
Or as, you know, as needed
As
without.
needed. Sure. Without having to get, well, okay, so let me just throw out this little wrench in that. What happens if, you know, the report comes back in July and there's no time for bill reporting? I mean, I guess it can always be carried over to the next session, assuming there's a second session to have to report out a bill versus, you know, being able to vote on it on the floor. It's a little devil's advocate thing going. I mean, I think the ideal situation is we can meet during those last few months or those last few weeks anyway, and get things out onto the floor on time. Just devil's advocate, throwing that out there.
I think in my, sorry.
No, that's okay. Go right ahead.
I think in my example, you know, if we give OPEGA 45 days to conduct a super quick preliminary research project, that there may be a maximum of, say, 2 that can be completed in a session. We set those parameters so that tax committee knows they've got, you know, 2 chances to try to go after something that they're really interested in. And that's the vehicle for getting something in hand in May and June. But, you know, outside of that, tax committee could meet in November to receive report, work on legislation when they're not under the gun, and have it ready to go for January before they get swamped.
Right.
So,
yeah. Representative Kryzak, are you able to weigh in on that a little bit? Maybe not at the moment. Okay. All right. So I think I had asked the question prior, allowing the taxation committee to meet further into the session than most committees we will put into the report. Correct? Yep. Okay. Lucia and Julie, you guys got that? Okay. All right. Julie, 23, which is sort of follows right into this.
Can I ask a question before you get to the next one?
Yeah, go for it.
In terms of permitting the taxation committee to meet later into the session than other committees, is that only for tax expenditure work, or would you permit them to meet with regard to anything else? Bills that might be before them for the session. Do you want to give them extra time from other committees, or, yeah, no,
There's that
I know.
devil's advocate part.
I mean, the other thing is that technically, I mean, it's not something you do by legislation. This is something you do by
presiding officers
rules, or I think permission to meet is a presiding officer's decisions. I think, if I'm recalling correctly, it's either that or the council, but I'm pretty sure it's presiding officers.
Yeah.
In which case, you know, it's not something you can recommend it, but it's going to be up to whoever the presiding officers are, whether you get to do it or not.
I think Julie's right. I guess my suggestion was, let's copy whatever AFA and GOC have as authority to meet when they meet, because they can meet, with very short notice.
And I think that's just an understanding that that's what works for them. So that's what they're permitted to do. Whenever the presiding officers send out deadlines for committees can't meet after this date anymore, I mean, it generally says, except for the following exceptions, or it's assumed that there are exceptions for AFA and GOC.
So if we could check to see if that is how that's worded, if that's statute or if it's rule, Julie. If it,
Yeah, I know it's not statute.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. Okay,
think
so go ahead, Lucia. I'm sorry.
I think it's a joint rule, but
Yeah.
that sets all the committee meeting schedules at the start of the biennium. But I want to double check that, but I know it's not statute. I think it's joint rule.
Okay. So we can have in our report that we would like to be considered part of that group of policy committees that are able to meet on a moment's notice. Okay. All right, so that does that pretty much answer question 23 as well? I think it does. As timing for transmission report facilitate. What is the best timing for transmission of report to facilitate timely policy committee consideration? I guess that we've kind of answered that question, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, Julie, 24.
24 raises the question, should evaluation parameters be provided to policy committee prior to decisions on bills being considered? I think this is one you've also sort of talked about a little bit, whether the possibility of getting assistance from OPEGA in terms of suggestions for evaluation parameters that they could put into legislation before it gets enacted.
Yeah.
And the Taxation Committee and OPEGA have had a pretty good relationship in recent years in terms of asking OPEGA to come in and help with that. So,
so we can scratch that off of our list. Okay, and then it looks like the last two on our list are in the area of state agencies, 25 and 26.
These were things that were raised generally by, in either one by FAME and one by Maine Revenue Services. FAME said the agency, meaning them, could use additional funding resources to assist with functions required by the review process. So sometimes the review process becomes somewhat burdensome for them, and in terms of having the ability to respond to it, they suggested that perhaps there could be some resources available to assist with that. Maine Revenue Services said is a different issue of the issue that was raised about allowing agencies to communicate with one another during the OPEGA review process, which you've had some discussion of. Seems like it was very recently, but
yeah, that was in the beginning of our conversation for sure.
Yes.
Okay, so it seems to me, and I'd like to hear everybody else's thoughts on it, that those last two pieces have already been sort of addressed with prior work this afternoon and morning. The first part of it with the functions, the resources for functions, I think hopefully anyway, having an additional staff member would be able to maybe ease some of the burden on these other agencies as well. And then the communications part, I think we covered in the very early part of this with some statutory data sharing pieces that Daniel had talked to us a little bit earlier about, and Mr. Sagister as well. Does anybody else have any thoughts on those last two parts? Senator Libby.
Thank you. The meeting from 2 weeks ago, we heard from Maine Revenue that the inability to talk with the governor's office and DECD prior to doing some part of the OPEGA process was problematic. And I was curious to get Lucia's take on what the current prohibition is for communicating between departments of the executive branch and maybe the rationale.
Sure. And this is something I'm still working to get my head around. But so OPEGA, like other nonpartisan staff agencies, our working papers are confidential. And so that the work that we're doing in the course of an evaluation when we, for the legislature, before it gets delivered to the legislature, the material, the supporting materials and the draft reports are confidential. And that has provided some, I guess, questions and concerns in dealings with MRS. It's not something, in my understanding, that we've come across in broadly, so much in other reviews. Specifically when it comes to, I guess, because the nature of it being that some tax expenditures are, say, Maine Revenue Services has a piece of administering it and DECD has a piece of administering it. And I think there's some work to be done perhaps to better clarify these provisions. Again, I haven't really been encountering much of it since I've been there, and it's been a short 6 months. But I understand that this has been an ongoing issue and that they've felt that there's been different direction at different times. It is about communicating during the process. I think from OPEGA's perspective, when we are doing a more audit type function, we often want to speak individually to people within a process or two parts of a process. We want to keep those separate as we're doing the review. I think when we send out, our requirement in statute is that we provide a draft report to the director or commissioner of the agency being reviewed. So, you know, that's very clear if we're reviewing the Department of Health and Human Services. So that's clear who that is. When we're reviewing a tax expenditure program or policy, and we're not reviewing an agency, there are potentially multiple agencies that have a hand in that. And so, for instance, we would send a draft report to Maine Revenue Services and to FAME if FAME was administering that tax policy, or to DECD. And I think some of the questions and issues that have come up, again, not during my tenure, would be to what extent can DECD and MRS collaborate on their reactions or responses to the report. And I think there's also different points in that. Like once our report is final and they're providing comment, they can provide whatever comment that they wish. When we're still in the process of working on reports, I guess the kind of input that we're looking for is whether we are missing something in our analysis, whether we've accurately characterized something, whether we have the complete context. And we go to whoever, we go to the relevant people that we've been getting information from to check that. And I don't know, I guess I don't fully understand why us, you know, when we're seeking that, that would require there's communications that are being prohibited that would be helpful. And I'm still trying to get my head around it, I guess. I understand that for us, when we're a nonpartisan legislative office delivering a product to the legislature, it's important to the legislative process that that document is confidential until it's released. And so it needs to be very careful about who has access to it before, and it's limited to the people that need to or directly been involved in have the information that needs to be checked. I know that's not very definitive, but that's what I know at the moment.
Follow up.
Sure.
So thank you, Lucia, for that. If I heard you correctly, before your report is finalized, you may not have an answer of whether departments should talk to each other, but after a report is finalized and before it's released, you think it might be okay for agencies to talk with one another in that period? Or if you're not ready to make a statement like that, that's fine too.
Yeah, I think I'm not quite ready to make that statement. Certainly once it's released and then it's public. I think there's these different stages, right? There's when OPEGA's in the process of doing it, and then when we're working through the field work on it, and we're closely working with one or two departments throughout that process. And what's more complicated, I guess I would say with this, is that sometimes there's more than one department. Like if we're just working with DHHS on a review, there's not this question, or it doesn't seem to come up, right? Because we're working with DHHS. And even if we're talking to, but I don't know, I'm just thinking as well, like the Citizens Initiative and Referendum Project, there was a big piece that was the Secretary of State, and there was a big piece that was the Ethics Commission. And we seem to be able to get through that fine. And I'm really trying to understand, well, why this keeps coming up in this particular context.
Could we get Maine Revenue's feedback on this?
Dr. Allen might have something to say.
Oh, I'll just go back to Lucia's last statement. I think one reason why it keeps coming up is that, unlike maybe some of the other departments and agencies, we're under the tax expenditures that we administrate are under constant review. So it isn't like every 5 or 6 years OPEGA happens to be, looking into something that Maine Revenue Service does. Every year, and sometimes multiple times a year, we're being reviewed. Again, the taxes that we administer, the tax expenditures that we administer are being reviewed. To be honest, it just, it has an odd feel to it in looking at it. Again, we approach this as sort of a policy review. The legislature has enacted a certain tax policy. Is this policy achieving its objectives? Again, I understand the audit side of it, but it has an odd feeling of being back in high school and you and your buddy get called down to the principal's office, and the principal calls your buddy in first and asks them a series of questions, sends them back out, and then calls you in and asks you a series of questions and says, like you're trying to figure out whether our stories are consistent with one another, or it just has an odd feel to it. I mean, we administer these programs together. When a bill comes to the legislature that's dealing with one of these, we talk to our colleagues in DECD. What do you think? What issues do you see with it? How will we interact with this? Maybe it's just that's the process we go through, and this seems to be a different process. It's just odd to us not to be able to talk to our colleagues up until the point where the report becomes public. And
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and the OPEGA does give us a draft to review. And again, sometimes we're a little hesitant to make comments on it until we have the opportunity to talk to our colleagues to make sure that we're both speaking with one voice from sort of a policy perspective, because it's ultimately the administration's policy that we're trying to convey to the legislature.
So, Dr. Allen, Are there other questions that MRS is asked of other than data collection?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I mean, in the past, we've had detailed questions about how we came up with the fiscal note or the tax expenditure estimate. Why did the estimate change from one tax expenditure report to another? You know, the divisions are asked, you know,
Yeah.
again, and I fully understand, right? I mean, if it's costing us $1 million to administer a program that's only giving out $500,000 of benefits, I'm sure the legislature would want to know that. And,
Yeah. Okay, Lucia?
Need to unmute myself. Sorry. Thank you very much. So what our intent in OPEGA when we're doing these evaluations from this state agency, whether it's MRS or someone else, we are not looking for policy input or policy positions. That's not ever what we're looking for. What we are looking for is understanding the processes through which a program or a policy is administered, and to obtain data and to ensure that we understand how the data has been collected or computed. And so it's understanding data that we receive and understanding procedures and the process of implementing or carrying out a program, whether it's conducting a child welfare investigation or whether it is providing tax credits or working with businesses to apply for tax credits. So that is, when we're working with these agencies, it is what we're asking for is information to understand processes, and we're asking for data. And then we're asking for confirmation as to whether we are accurately described information. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear. We're not asking for policy positions or input. That's not our role or our focus.
Any other thoughts? Mr. Sagasser.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add to what Dr. Allen was saying. One element is the tax policy aspect and the timing, with sufficient time for the departments and the administration to evaluate what OPEGA is concluding in time to give input that helps the process. And often OPEGA gives us preliminary draft reports, and that's at a stage when they're looking to get some reaction back from the agencies, and that could be helpful. But if it's at the final draft stage, then that piece is missing. There's the tax policy aspect. I also want to make two other points. One is there is the issue of just communications generally. With the governor's office, with the commissioner's office, as well as across departments. It's just historically that OPEGA has covered sort of a spectrum of positions. It's changed, and initially after discussions when the tax expenditure process was underway, we had agreements that allowed for the communications. Then OPEGA changed its position and focused more, I would say, on the sort of audit role and said, no communications at all unless we say it's okay. That's problematic for certain kinds of communications for us to have to evaluate on our own, one, to talk with the Attorney General's office. For that to be even an issue that OPEGA would have to give the okay for. For the governor's office, the governor has a state constitutional right to information. For that to be left unclear from where OPEGA stands. For the commissioner's office, we've had to, in the past, actually identify who in the commissioner's office was going to be approved. Now, this is somewhat prior history and not the current. Currently, we're talking with Lucia, and so those may be non-issues going forward. But there's a background of them having been issues. The other part I'd say is on these programs, there's a benefit on jointly administered programs to the agencies being able to talk because two minds are often better than one. Not just what happened, but how the program works.
So if OPEGA does their review and DEC also does their review, and all of that comes to the taxation committee or the subcommittee, whichever one or both, then it's really the policy committee that has the opportunity to change policy, to review and change the policy. I think that's how it's supposed to work. It feels like that's how it's supposed to work. But it sounds like that there's policy work being done or being suggested during the process, or maybe it has in the past and maybe not so much at the moment. But we need to figure out a way to make that not be the case. We need the information, the policy committee needs the information from all sides, and then they'd make the determination on whether or not it's a strong or a weak policy and make changes therefore. But it sounds like that's not been the case in the past. Am I hearing that correctly?
I would say it's that gets to sort of the timing side. So right now, OPEGA produces the report, and then when it's a final report, it's public, and the agencies can talk with each other, and the administration can have a view. There's always a timing issue, whether there's going to be enough time for that. If those communications haven't happened, even though hypothetically during the preliminary draft and the draft stage, there's something that one agency says, I think, that's not quite right, or there's some facet that's missing in this report, it's not presenting it right. The communications across departments won't happen currently until the final release to public stage under the current OPEGA position. But again, that has changed over time, and I feel like this is somewhat still in discussion with OPEGA.
Yeah. So it sounds like we can fix that. Senator Libby.
Thank you. In the tax expenditure review statute, one of the evaluation parameters is the administration of the tax expenditure, including enforcement and whether it's sufficient or effective. So I want to clarify that. Dr. Allen, I think, gave the impression that we're only interested in the policy component, and that's not what the statute requires of us. So I want to offer that as clarification. A question for MRS is, if you were allowed to communicate across agencies once you've seen a draft report, but before it's public, would that substantially change your view of this problem, or are you asking for more than that?
I think all we're asking for is that when we get a draft from the OPEGA asking us to comment on it, that at that point, we certainly be allowed to confer with our colleagues within the executive branch.
Yes, just to jump in, I think that is that preliminary draft stage.
Okay, thank you.
Lucia?
I just want to chime in to going back to the principle that the underlying principle is that a draft report is going to the GOC and the taxation committee. That's when it becomes public, and that preserving it, just to be mindful of the number of people that I think there is still something that the legislature specifically put in place to have things be confidential up until the point they are released to the legislature, so that the legislators are getting the report, and just to be mindful of the extent of potential distribution. I mean, just for you to consider, I think that's why it's there. I know with other legislative policy committees as well, documents are not shared until they are given to the committee. So I think OPEGA does need, and the agencies do have the right to provide, we need to get clarification and review for accuracy and context to make sure that we're delivering something that is correct and factually accurate. But I think how much comment, I guess I'm getting, I just think it's important for us, for you all to consider what type, what do we need as we're going through the process to get from the departments, and then what is the appropriate role? What do we need from them in the review process? And does that require extensive numbers of people having a copy of the report?
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm still unclear, and so I'm hoping someone from MRS perhaps can give me a concrete example of what is it that you feel when you're reviewing the draft report and OPEGA is saying, please let us know, did we get something wrong about your process, about the data? Is this 8 supposed to be a 7, whatever? Can you give me an example of something that you wanted to discuss about that with another agency that you couldn't discuss? I guess I still can't get my head around what exactly the problem is we're trying to solve. So if you could give me an example, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Mike, do you want to go? Or?
Yeah, well, I mean, and there may have been issues in the past as far as, the data and that sort of thing. And again, I understand that aspect of the study. But when we're reading the OPEGA report, and I'll point back specifically to the one I can remember is the Better Betty report. In a sense, I'm reading it in a policy perspective. And there have been times where maybe we think OPEGA's analysis of the purpose of the credit, whether it's achieving its objectives, maybe they're not including some studies or tax policy background as to why this might be an appropriate policy or not. That sort of thing. That's how we're kind of reading it. And it's helpful if we can also confer, one, with our superiors, as well as our colleagues in other departments, if they are jointly administered, to see if they have a similar concern. And, are we on the same page as far as our understanding of the importance of that particular program to the administration? And if they have concerns about maybe the tone of the report, what it may be conveying to the legislature. And we're, just trying to make sure we're being consistent within the administration, that when we come before the legislature and say, this is our view of the program and maybe some concerns about the report, that we're speaking with one voice, the administration's view of it. Because at some point, we are invited to come and present to the GOC at a public hearing. And that's what we're preparing for. There may be others that John and Daniel want to point to as well.
I would just add that even before the public hearing, there's an opportunity for the agency to provide a formal comment. And when the review is on whether a tax expenditure is meeting the goals that it was designed to meet, that's a very policy question that Maine Revenue Services won't have its own opinion on. but that the administration will. And in order for the administration to develop that opinion, the relevant agencies will need to communicate. And so if we're not allowed to communicate, we're not able to develop a formal comment to be included with the report.
Mr. Sagasur, did you want to throw anything in there too?
Yes, I mean, there's instance where the timing was getting the draft report and wondering if there was, when we got the report, there wasn't enough time. There just wasn't enough time in the 15-day period, I think, for us to, it just takes time to deal with people, to now talk with a joint program agency, talk with the governor's office, and we weren't clear exactly on some of the points that were in the report. So we didn't know just what was being said and how we may want to suggest responding. And so what that meant would be, well, we'll wait until the public hearing, and then we'll be able to talk, and then that's dependent on the GOC first receives the report. Now it's public, and then it sets up a public hearing typically, but on its schedule. And will there be enough time? So it just puts us under uncertain timing to be able to respond to some things that are in the report. And that's happened. I think there were 2 reports over the past summer where the question was, well, should we comment on this? Well, we really don't have time. We're not exactly sure what's being said. We'll wait and see for the final report, and then see what the discussion is.
Okay, Lucia.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, I guess, just the process. I think one is that when an agency receives by statute, the agency that OPEGA is reviewing, and we're not always really reviewing MRS in this situation, but the agency we're reviewing, or in the case of tax expenditures, MRS under statute has the right to receive a report 15 days in advance of it being delivered to the Government Oversight Committee. So there's a 15-day comment period that is set in statute. And if they deliver a comment letter within those 15 days, then that comment letter can be bound with the report. There's no limitation on any subsequent comments. There's also, as was mentioned by MRS, there is a formal public comment period, like a public hearing on a bill, which provides a second opportunity after the report has been presented to the GOC. There's a subsequent meeting 2-4 weeks later, sometimes longer than that, where anyone can provide any public comment, and the agencies typically do, any affected agencies typically do. I also just wanted to note that while it's not statutorily required, OPEGA's practice is to provide a courtesy draft prior to the 15-day draft to any agency that is part of the review. And so they will have seen that is when we are still doing some of our final work, but basically all the substantive work is done and we're pulling the pieces together. So they have seen the report prior to 15 days, and then, the buttoned up, clean and tidy version at 15 days. And then there's yet another opportunity, then they can do a letter, and then there's another opportunity to write public testimony. So I just wanted to clarify that I do think there are opportunities for agencies to be involved, actually, quite a bit in the process, especially relative to legislation and the time frame for commenting on legislation.
Okay, Senator Libby.
Thank you. I definitely appreciate the discussion. I think if I'm understanding Maine Revenue's position, they want to be able to formulate the administration's policy position prior to the report being drafted and influence what the final report contains for information. I guess I'm not yet convinced that we need to dive into changing that process right now, because, and I'll share this for MRS's benefit, I think the GOC all very much look forward to hearing the administration's position on the completed report, and the opinion of the administration weighs heavily on our view of the recommendations of the report. So I guess I'm not feeling very excited to recommend changes in this regard, but if there are sort of changes that OPEGA and MRS can agree to, I'd be open to that. I guess that's where I am on this one.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with Senator Libby, and I would just point out that as a member of GOC and a recipient of these reports, I'm not necessarily looking for a coherent policy from the administration or the affected agencies. I think it would be very helpful to me to see if, say, there's 3 agencies involved and they all separately agree that the purpose of this tax expenditure was A, B, and C, and they all agree, and that's going to tell me, oh, okay, it's pretty clear. Everyone is very clear about what it is. It's also telling to me, as a reader of the report, if there's 3 different agencies and they all have 3 different ideas of what they think the purpose behind that tax expenditure was. And so then that tells me, maybe it's not real clear, and maybe we need to look at that, or the policy committee needs to look at that. So I agree that this is not something that I think needs to be addressed, and that I think it's paramount that we err on the side of preserving the independence and objectivity of the OPEGA reports.
Thank you. So would it be beneficial to have OPEGA and MRS have a little conversation prior to getting this report done to see where there may be a better comfort level between the two, or are we more comfortable with sort of letting this stand as is? I think my personal opinion is the same as Senator Bailey's. I like to hear different, I'd like to hear policy recommendations from everybody that's involved with these programs for sure. And then the policy committee itself is the one that makes the decision on whether or not something needs to be changed. So I don't want MRS to feel like they're under constant pressure being audited. That's not that does not feel okay to me. I know how much work we put on them, and I know how much work the taxpayers have made put on them. I don't want it to feel really bad every time you get a request for information. That being said, I think that having as many opinions as possible by the time it's time for the policy committee to review and make any changes necessary, I think is also important, not to have the work being done ahead of time, ahead of the policy committee. So, Lucia.
I just wanted to let you know that MRS and OPEGA did meet yesterday.
Oh, good.
So yeah, so we've been discussing this, and our positions on it were reflected in our comments today. So just wanted to let you know that it happened.
All right, terrific. That's great. That's great. Okay, so on those last 2 pieces, what are our recommendations? Senator Libby.
So I keep talking, just keep us all moving quickly. I think my preference is stay silent on 25, stay silent on 26. And on FAME's request, they administer 2 or 3 of these things. I know they want more resources, but I just don't know that we would single them out as opposed to DECD and MRS and other entities. So I'd say stay silent on that. And then going back to back to 24 for a second. Should evaluation parameters be provided to policy committees prior to decisions on bills? I sort of had this idea of, is there a way before a bill leaves the appropriations committee that we can ensure a brand new tax credit has evaluation parameters contained in the statute? I don't think we need to create a whole new special tax credit table, although we could, to review tax credits against one another, sort of like the AFA table. But I just wondered, is there a fiscal note mechanism, or could we direct the tax committee to draft evaluation parameters for every new tax credit? Or is there some way we could ensure that for every future new tax credit, we don't have these data collection issues, at least in this regard?
Yeah, I think that there is definitely a way to do that. And I think part of it might be the rules, going over the committee rules at the beginning of the year, or the beginning of the session, that is, making sure that those, that there is a list of questions that are always answered before getting a bill out of even committee. I know I personally do that for myself for tax expenditures at this point, but that's only because I've been on the committee for 3 terms. So having something written in our rules that requires us to go through a certain list of questions that need to be answered. And I think having that set standard group of questions that we determined that we would like to do earlier on in this process, I think would be very helpful for that. So hopefully over the course of a short period of time, super fast, I believe is the term we're using these days, that we come up with that list of questions that need to be answered. And I have to say that Julie does a pretty darn good job in making sure that we get all of that stuff done ahead of time. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll just go back to, again, my experience, and especially as being on the judiciary and being the House Chair of the Judiciary Committee. And there's a requirement that all bills that affect the Freedom of Access Act have to be reviewed by the Judiciary Committee. And so we go through a checklist for every one of those bills. Similarly, criminal justice has to review every new law that creates a new crime, and they have their checklist. So I would just suggest that you may want to look at that process and duplicate it for any new tax expenditures, that bills that has to be reviewed by taxation, and that you get a process and a checklist in place. It doesn't take that long because the review committee gets really good at doing those, but it's getting in the habit. And of course, there are going to be some bills that come out of other committees that are tax expenditures that you're going to want to make sure the taxation committee reviews. Right. Those are the ones you really want to try to catch. Yeah.
Julie.
Yes, thank you. Senator Bailey just raised issue that was part of what I was going to say as well, is that not all tax expenditure bills originate in the taxation committee. And the referral process is perhaps a good one. I don't know if it's always going to be so easy for the tax committee if it's referred a tax expenditure bill, which has been worked by Energy and Natural Resources Committee, to be able to determine what's the answers to some of those questions ought to be in terms of coming up with. I'm not sure what the response back to the submitting committee would be. The other thing is sometimes it's not uncommon for these to show up in a budget bill. And I don't know if you're going to hold up the budget for this, but that's something else to think about. But that was basically the issue I was going to raise, that some things are certainly going to make it to the appropriations table, aside from a referral process like this that might have a tax expenditure in them that would not have gone through tax.
Thank you for that reminder, Julie. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, the way it worked in judiciary, and that's just my background, so I'll draw on that, is the committee that had passed the bill fills out a report answering the questions. So in their view, these are the answers to these questions, and this is why the bill fits the criteria. That gets submitted to the reviewing committee, who then goes through it on their own and either agrees or disagrees. And then the reviewing committee, in this case taxation, reports back to the sending committee saying, yes, this complies with forward. No, it doesn't. Here's our suggestion on how you could change it. It's not binding. Sometimes the sending committee would ignore us and sometimes they would take our suggestions. But at least we did our due diligence and offered our opinion as the committee reviewing that particular aspect of a bill. So,
Senator Libby.
Thank you. I hadn't thought about the judiciary freedom of access review process, but I love it in this context for tax, because this will help the tax committee get a handle on the other tax breaks that EUT and ENR and transportation are thinking about, and it will help ensure that 95% of our new tax breaks that get passed at least have the parameters. I think when it comes to the budget bill, Senator Bailey and Representative Millett can chime in, obviously, but the vast majority of new tax expenditures in a budget bill have gone through a committee process. I'd say it's fairly uncommon for one to be cooked up on a napkin in whatever room AFA meets in. So for staff, if the committee is interested in this one, I'd love for us to recommend something similar to the Judiciary Committee's review process that's advisory for the tax committee.
I think that's a fantastic idea. Absolutely fantastic. I'll pass everybody my note that I keep on my computer on the questions that I need answered. All right. Okay. It is almost 2:30 in the afternoon. I really appreciate everybody spending so much time with us today. I think we've gotten a bulk of the work done. Julie and Lucia, if you all wouldn't mind just flipping through your notes and making sure there's no question marks before we adjourn here. And if not,
Representative Terry, I just have one quick one, last one, and then I'll stop. But Maine Equal Justice made great recommendations that seem to interest members from both sides of the aisle. So I just want to note this for our report. I'd like us to talk about us tracking the take rate of credits. That could be incorporated. That would be the one new ask of MRS for the Red Book. And it could be drafted in a way that says when practical, include the take rate for a tax credit. And then the second bullet point for our report would be discussing other state agencies' roles in informing clients of tax credits they may be available to. And the credits that were mentioned were the EITC, property tax fairness credits, those types.
Sorry, Senator Libby, can you repeat that last part, just the very last part of that?
MEJIP suggested that DHHS, among other state agencies, could have a role to play in assisting low and moderate income tax filers in accessing certain tax credits. And I believe I heard about the EITC and the property tax and sales tax credits in particular.
I know there was, I think, last year perhaps, or the year before, a interim study group that was asked to look at this issue. It was a bill that was in the Health and Human Services Committee. And they did issue a report, and I think there was legislation in this past session to address these types of issues. I don't know what, if anything, came out of that process, but I'm pretty sure there was legislation in this past committee, in this past session, that addressed that issue. So it is something that people have ongoing.
So we could research that, and our recommendation could be to implement those findings.
I'll find out what the status of that is and get back to you.
Okay, so Julie and Lucia, do you think you have what we need for us to go through a report at our next meeting, or our recommendations at the next meeting?
I think it would probably take me a couple of hours to go over my notes, but once I've had that, if you could all just sort of agree that perhaps if we come up with some questions or things that we're not clear on, if we get in touch with the chairs, and the chairs can sort that out for us by email, is that an okay process?
Yeah, absolutely.
At least, I mean, it would be a draft that you're reviewing anyway, so if there's something that shows up that looks foreign to you, you can address it in a draft.
And I think we've agreed to meet with both of you prior to the next meeting, Senator Libby and myself, to go through that. So
okay,
we can come up with a date sometime next week or whenever you're ready. No rush.
our next meeting is my calendar. It's not next week, right? It's the week after. It's the 5th of November is our next meeting.
Correct.
I know Ms. Nixon is not going to be available for a while, so I'm guessing it would probably be, sometime maybe we could aim for early in the week of the 5th to get something to you. I'm not sure. We'll see. Does that make sense?
Yep.
To the chair, to the chairs for review, and then once they're okay, to everybody.
Yep.
And I was just going to say, I just want to confirm my expectation, or what I was hearing, is the priority would be for us to really digest and present back to you the recommendations part of this, and that sort of, if time runs out, we could, the sort of more boilerplate parts of the report about this is the working group and we met on these dates, that if anything doesn't get ready for that next meeting, I would assume you'd prefer us to focus on the meat of it and the recommendations. So I just wanted that confirmation.
Yes, that is correct.
If we can get you a full draft, we will, but that's 2 weeks is a quick turnaround, even without other things to do, of which we all have many. So thank you.
Absolutely. And we know that you were thrown into this semi last minute as well to get stuff done. So we appreciate you being here and walking us through all of this, for sure. All righty. Anybody else have anything they want to talk about?
I have 4 more items.
You are not allowed.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence and your patience. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thanks so much, everyone. Have a great couple of weeks. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.